Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. All praise be to Yehovah Elohim, the creator and maker of heaven and earth, blessing us all with the gift of life this day. Thanking Yah Yisrael for his traveling mercies, allowing all of us to arrive to this place, and may he even bless all of our families that are traveling to places such as this throughout the four corners of the earth with even a safe passage. Even at this time as we face the Mizracha, even the east, where we will say the Kuma, the words that were said as the Creator led our ancestors through the wilderness. Kuma Yehovah, Weyafusu Oevecha, Weyanusu Misanecha Mipanecha. Kuma Yehovah, Weyafusu Oevecha, Weyanusu Misanecha Mipanecha. Kuma Yehovah, Weyafusu Oevecha, Weyanusu Misanecha Mipanecha. Rise up, O Yah, and may thy enemies be scattered, and those that hate thee flee from before thee. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Baruch Yahovah Babokwer, Baruch Yehovah Bezahoraim, Baruch Yehovah Be'erev, Baruch Yehovah Balayla, Baruch Yehovah Yom Yom, Uvaruch Yehovah Tamid, Yehovah Eloheinu Bavakwasha, Lishlo Achlanu Leko Devarim, Ra'im, She'asinu Lefanecha Yom Yom, Liriotimanu Ko Hayom Hazeh, Lama'an Shimka Yehovah, Elohe Avraham Yitzchak Yisrael, Elohe Avotenu We'eli, Lishmoa Bekolina, Im Teret Seyotcha, Lama'an Shimka Yehovah. Blessed be Yehovah in the morning. Blessed be Yehovah in the afternoon. Blessed be Yehovah in the evening. Blessed be Yehovah in the night. Blessed be Yehovah every day. And blessed be Yehovah always. Yehovah our power, please forgive us for all the evil things we have done, and be with us all this day for thy name's sake. Power of our fathers, power of Abraham, Yitzchak, Yisrael, power of our fathers, and my power. Hearken to my voice, I pray thee, if it pleaseth thee for thy name's sake. Hallelujah! 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 Your card! Your card! Your card! Selah. Shabbat Shalom Lakim. My name is Misharaite Natanyahu, and it is my divine pleasure to even begin this morning service with you all on this beautiful Shabbat day, thanking Yah for all of your lives, thanking Yah for my life, for the lives of our families, and for the whole house of Yisrael. And even at this time, as we even sing praises unto Yah Yisrael, thanking him for the commandment he has given us to even keep his Shabbat day, even singing Zayet HaShabbat, found on page 8 in our prayer books. Zayet HaShabbat, Sameach ani, Zayet HaShabbat, Sameach ani, Zayet HaShabbat, Sameach ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Zayet Hayom Atov, Sameach ani, Zayet Hayom Atov, Sameach ani, Zayet Hayom Atov, Sameach ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Ki Hashem hu shalach kol yomim, Ki Hashem hu natan kol devarim. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Asher shir kadash sameach ani, Asher shir kadash sameach ani, Asher shir kadash sameach ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem, ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Zayet HaShabbat Sameach ani, Zayet HaShabbat Sameach ani, Zayet HaShabbat Sameach ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Zayet Hayom Atov Sameach ani, Zayet Hayom Atov Sameach ani, Zayet Hayom Atov Sameach ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Ki Hashem hu shalach kol yomim, Ki Hashem hu natan Ko devarim, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Sheshir Kadash, Shetmeyah Kani. Asheshe Kadash, Shetmeyah Kani. Asheshe Kadash, Shetmeyah Kani. Ani Yohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Ani Yohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Ani Yohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Hallelujah. 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 Ya Eloheinu, Elohei Avotenu, Melech HaOlam Moreh HaKol, even the King of all of creation and the Creator of all that is therein. Yehovah Zevaot is thy name. We are thankful unto thee, Yehovah Elohim, for all of the many blessings that you have granted unto us, and even the whole house of Yisrael, even all of the children of mankind. We thank you, Yah Yisrael, for our lives this day, for the ability to even stand before thee, Yah, and to even exalt thee, even calling out unto thee, and even being in line with thy Torah, Yehovah Elohim. We thank you, Yah Yisrael, for granting us even knowledge, wisdom, and understanding once again. Opening our eyes, Yah, to even see thy light, to even understand thy truth, and to even establish it even as a lifestyle within our very doings. We thank you, Yah Yisrael, for the culture that you have given unto our ancestors, even unto Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, and even in the lands of our exile, Yehovah, you have allowed us to even resurrect this culture once again in our lives and in our very hearts, Yah Yisrael. We are thankful unto thee, Yah, for it is you who day by day blesses us with food, clothing, and shelter. It is you, Yah, who allows us to not even miss a meal, to keep ourselves in a healthy stead, even granting us, Yah, with the many blessings of thy hand. It is you, Yah, who even blesses us with a roof over our heads, even being able to have protection, Yah, from the many elements that you have out here in the world that you have made. We are thankful unto thee, Yah, even for a sound mind, Yehovah, for even having a sound mind, Yah, to even think upon thee, to even make good decisions, Yehovah, and even take a righteous course in our life. Even with a sound mind, Yehovah, we thank thee. We thank you, Yah, even for the awareness, Yah, for us to even keep ourselves in check, for us to even guard our thoughts, to even guard our doings, Yah, so that we may do what is right in thy sight. We ask, Yehovah Elohim, that you may even be with us this day. May you open our hearts and our minds, Yah, to even receive thy law in our inward parts. Remove from us, Yah, even the stony heart, even the pride and arrogancy that has held us back to even to this time. Even our laziness, our laxity, our doubts. All of these things, Yah, that we hold within our hearts, may you remove them from us, Yah. Allow us to even peer within, to even see that we are one, as you, Yehovah, are one. May we even operate, Yah, even as one flesh before thee, Yah, even one people, to even do thy works, Yah, within the earth. Bavakwisha Yehovah Elohim, may you remember all the children of mankind. Kol b'nei Shem, Kol b'nei Cham, Kol b'nei Yafet. For it is you, Yah, that desires for all of thy creation to praise thee, Yehovah. Not just us, not just the house of Yisrael, not just the descendants of Shem, but all of the children of mankind to praise thee, Yehovah, so that we may even be step in line even with the animals that even fly throughout the heavens, thy animals that fill even the seas, thy animals that walk throughout the earth, even all of the plants, all of the vegetation, the sun, moon, and stars, all praise thee, Yehovah Elohim. May you even allow us, Yah, even as humans, to walk step in line with thee. Bavakwisha Yah Yisrael, may you even remember our families, Yah, that even need thy assistance, Yah, at this time, that even need thy healing, Yah, whether it be healing for the body or it be healing for the mind, Yah Yisrael. Bavakwisha, may you even remember our brother Naaman ben Bakbakar Yehuda ben Yisrael. May you even be with him and bless him, Yah, in his life and his struggles. May you even please, Yah, be with Ima Havin, Yah, and the family down there, and continue to bless them, Yah, healing them, strengthening them, protecting them, and even guiding them, Yah, in the way that they are to go. May you continually be with our brother Ashrael ben Naphtali, and continually bless him in his mishpachah, Yehovah Elohim, so that he may have success in all of his many endeavors. May you even be with Ima Yosef as well. And may you bless her even with health, Yah. For you, Yah, know all of us by name and by spirit, Yah. You know what each and one of us need. For some of us, Yah, we might need that extra support from you. We might need a healing of the body. We might need even that strength just to get up and put our feet on the ground once again the next day. For you, Yah, you give us many responsibilities, but it is you, Yah, who does not give us more than we cannot handle. May you continually make us strong so that we may carry our duties, Yah, in righteousness and in truth and in peace. Be with us this whole Shabbat day, Yehovah Elohim. May your Ruach even dwell upon us, even as you filled even the temple in the ancient days, Yehovah Elohim. Even as thy cloud covered our ancestors as we went throughout the wilderness, may you be with us, Yehovah Elohim, this day, allowing us to even exalt thy name with all honor, all glory, due unto thy name with all of our heart, all of our mind, and with all of our soul, Yehovah. We shall praise thee now and forevermore. Hallelujah! 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 You're kind! You're kind! You're kind! Selah. O Shema Israel, Yahuwah. Yahuwah Eloheinu, Eloheinu, Yahuwah Echad. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Leolam Wa'ed. O Shema Yisrael, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eloheinu. O Shema Yisrael, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Eloheinu, Yahuwah Echad. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Leolam Wa'ed. O Shema Yisrael, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eloheinu. O Shema Yisrael, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Eloheinu, Yahuwah Echad. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Leolam Wa'ed. Hallelujah. You all may please be seated. Thanking Yah Yisrael for the arrival of our family who's just gotten here safely. And even at this time, as we join all of our voices together to even say, Cain, thanking all of our family online as well, Torah Rabbah, we appreciate all of you tuning in with us week by week, asking that Yah be with you as well in your homes. And even as we join all of our voices together to say our congregational morning prayers. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Blessed art thou, O Yehovah, our power, and blessed be the works of thy hands. And the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day Yah finished his work, which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day and hallowed it, because that in it he rested from all his work, which Yah in creating had made. O thou who art most holy, look upon thy people in mercy. Hear thou us, O power of Abraham. Nurture us, O power of Yitzchak. Save us, we implore thee, O power of Israel. Blot us not out, O Yah, though our sins be many. Cast our evil doings into the bottomless pit, to remain forevermore. Our hope is in thee, O Yah, and without thy mercy we have not. Father of wisdom, thou dispenser of knowledge, cause our hearts to discern and our minds to retain thy law. Bless Israel to know thee as we did in the days of yore. Let the sign of the Shabbat shine brightly from this thy house, and from us thy people Israel. Let our voices mingle with the host of heaven as we joyfully proclaim. Blessed be the name of our power, and blessed be his holy day. Hallelujah. Shema. Shema. Yisrael. Yahuwah Shem Kevo Malkuto Leolam Wae. Hallelujah. This is the day which Jehovah has made, and we will be glad and rejoice thereon. Unto thee do I lift up mine eyes, O thou that art enthroned in the heavens. Ascribe unto Jehovah the glory due unto his name. Worship Jehovah in the beauty of holiness. In thee, O Yah, do I take refuge. Let me never be ashamed. Thou hast given us joy in the place of sorrow. Thy truth is like a heady wine. Shout for joy, O ye children of Israel. Proclaim the name of our King, to whom the sun doth shine and the wind sing. Jehovah is our sun and shield. Who then could master us? To thee, power of our fathers, do we give honor and glory. For who is Yah beside thee? Be thou our judge, O Yah, against the ungodly nations. Save us, O our King, we beseech thee. Then shall we come clapping, singing, jumping, shouting, praising, crying, and extolling thy holy name. For with thee is the fountain of light. In thy light do we see light. Thy loving kindness, Yah, is in the heavens. Thy faithfulness reaches unto the skies. Depart from evil and do good, and dwell forevermore in peace. For Jehovah loveth justice and forsaketh not his holy ones. Hallelujah. Shema. Shema. Yisrael. Yahovah Eloheinu Yahovah Eloheinu Shem Kevo Malkuto Leolam Wae. Hallelujah. Where is the power of Abraham, who didst call our fathers from Chaldea? Art thou not he, O power of Israel? Where is the power of Yitzchak, who did bless them with the righteous Rivkah? Thou art one and the same. Who knoweth him who changed Yaakov's name? Thou, O Yah, will forever remain. Though Joseph sojourned in Egypt, yet did all men show him favor. Thy hand, O Yah, was with him. Thou didst help Moshe and Israel against Pharaoh, who stood up the mighty Red Sea. Manna dropped from heaven to sustain thy people in the wilderness. They fashioned a calf to bow down to. Yet to Israel didst thou show mercy. We give thanks unto thee, O Yah, and we will tell of thy wondrous works. In Yehuda is Yah known, his name is great in Israel. His foundation is in the holy mountains. We will sing of the mercies of Jehovah forever. Unto all generations will we make them to be known. Stay thou, O Yah, in the midst of us. Cause righteousness once more to be sown. So shall the heavens praise thy wonders, Yah, thy faithfulness in the holy assembly. Let Israel awaken the day with their praises. Glory to Yah, now and forevermore. Hallelujah. Shema. Shema. Yisrael. Yahovah Eloheinu Yahovah Hallelujah. O Yah, thou art my power. Earnestly will I seek thee. Hear my voice, merciful Father. Preserve me from mine enemies. Send out thine angels to protect me. O thou that hearest prayer. With thy mighty hand, Yah, subdue all those that hate us. Remember us in mercy, Yah, and pardon all our transgressions. Except our power doth bless us, how could we hope to prosper? Unless our Creator protect us, we are as if we had not been. Stay thy hand, O death, for he doth forgive our iniquities. So will I sing praises to his name, that I may perform my vows. The dead praise not Yehovah, nay, nor any that go down into silence. Let us extol our power while we have life. Sing praises to our power while we have any being. Together we will lift up our voices and gratefully sing. Withhold not thy voice from extolling our Maker. Let young and old praise him together. Let the tribes come near and testify. Even the tribes of Israel, the mighty of Yehovah. Say among the nations, Jehovah reigneth. Thy power, Israel, over all the world. For Yehovah will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thy house, now, O Yah, and forevermore. Hallelujah. Shema. Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Echad. Baruch Shem Kevod Malkuto Leolam Waed. Hallelujah. All praise be to Yah Yisrael. At this time, we have reached the point in our service. We will be opening up the book of the Torah as left on record for today, where we will have brothers and sisters in our midst coming up to read from these sacred words that are left on record. Today is Shabbat WaEtChannan, which we will get into in later parts of our study. Song HaTorah found on page 12 and being shared with you all as well on the screen. HaTorah, HaTorah, Petach HaTorah ve'elmod Akshal. Whereby shall we return unto thee, for thy word to be fulfilled by thy law, by thy law, Yah. In our hearts it is to be instilled. HaTorah, HaTorah, Pitak HaTorah, WaElmod, Aksha. Oh, how can we draw closer to each other in the spirit of true righteousness by thy law, by thy law, Yah, is the only way we must confess. HaTorah, HaTorah, Pitak HaTorah, WaElmod, Aksha. Blessings of the Torah can be found on page 13 in our prayer books, as well as on the screen for you all as well. Nikraet, Misharaite, Natanyahu, Ben Lewi, Ben Yisrael, Ani Po, Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahovah, Baruch Yahovah, Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah, Tamid, Uvaruch Abba, Likraet Torah. Hallelujah. All of our ladies, you all may please be seated at this time. All of our men, please remain standing at the reading of the words of the Torah. The Hebrew reading for today can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 6, beginning at the 16th verse, and concluding in chapter 7 and the 11th verse. Once again, the Hebrew reading can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, beginning in chapter 6, the 16th verse, and concluding in chapter 7 and the 11th verse. And it reads on this wise in Hebrew. Hallelujah. Lo tenasu et Yehovah Elohechem ka'asher nisitem ba'masa. Shamor tishmerun et mitzvot Yehovah Elohechem ve'edotau ve'kuchotau asher ziwach. Ve'asita hayashar ve'hatov be'ene Yehovah lema'an yitav lach. Uvata ve'yarashta et ha'aret hatova asher nishba Yehovah la'avotecha. Hallelujah.
Ye shall not try Yehovah your power, as ye tried him in Massah. Ye shall diligently keep the commandments of Yehovah your power, and his testimonies, and his statutes, which he hath commanded thee. And thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of Yehovah, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest go in and possess the good land which Yehovah swore unto thy fathers.
Hallelujah. Modim anatnu lak, she'atahu Eloheinu, ve'Elohei avotenu, Avraham, Yitzchak, ve'Yaakov, le'olam va'ed, Nikraet Akh Malchiel ben Naphtali ben Yisrael. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch Abba Likraet Torah.
Modi ani lefanecha, Yehovah Eloheinu, asher notain lanu et ha-Torah.
Hallelujah. Akh Malchiel will be reading verses 19 through 21.
Lahadof et kol, oivecha, mipanecha ki asher diber Yehovah, ki yis alaka, bin kalmakar le mor, Mahedut hakukim hamishpaktim asher ziwa Yehovah Eloheinu et kim. Well marta levinika abadim. Hahinu le paro le Mizraim wahozienu Yehovah. Le Mizraim bayad kazakwa.
Hallelujah.
To thrust out all thine enemies from before thee, as Yahweh hath spoken. When thy son asketh thee in time to come, saying, What mean the testimonies and the statutes and the ordinances which Yahweh our power hath commanded you? Then thou shalt say unto thy son, We were Pharaoh's bondmen in Egypt, and Yahweh brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand.
Hallelujah. Modi manatnu lak sheatahu Eloheinu Elohe avotenu Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov leolam waed Nikraet bakor el Yafe ben Moreh tavel ben Lewi ben Yisrael. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch Haba Likraet Torah. Hallelujah. Bakor El Yafe will be reading verses 22 through 24.
Umoftim Gedolim, Weraim Bemizraim, Pefard O Uvkol Beto, Le'enenu, Weotanu, Hotsi, Misham Lema'an, Havi, Otanu Latet, Lanu, Et Haaretz, Asher Nishba, La'avotenu, Waisawenu, Yahoah, La'asot, Et Kol Hakukim, Ha'eleh Le'yird Et Yahoah, Eloheinu, Letov, Lanu, Kol Hayamim, Lekai Tenu, Keha Yom Hazeh.
Hallelujah.
And Yahweh showed signs and wonders, great and sore upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his house, before our eyes. And he brought us out from thence, that he might bring us in to give us the land which he swore unto our fathers. And Yahweh commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Yahweh our power, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as it is this day.
Hallelujah. Modi manatnu lak sheatahu Eloheinu Elohe avotenu Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov leolam waed Nikraet bakor naim ben Akh ben Naphtali ben Yisrael. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch Haba Likraet Torah. Hallelujah. Bakor Naim will be reading verses 25 and concluding in verse 2 of the 7th chapter.
Utzdacha tiye lanu ki nishmor la'asot et kol hamitzvah hazot livnei Yehovah Eloheinu ka'asher tziwanu ki yeviacha Yehovah Elohecha el haaret asher ata ba shama lirishta ונשל גויים רבים מפניך החיתי והגרגשי והאמורי והכנעני והפריזי והחיווי והבוסי 7 גויים רבים ועצומים ממך. ונתנה יהוה אלוהיך תנם יהוה אלוהיך לפניך ויהיתם החרם תחרים אותה לא תכרות להם ברית ולא תכנה.
Hallelujah.
And it shall be righteousness unto us, if we observe to do all this commandment before Yahweh our power, as he hath commanded us. When Yahweh thy power shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and shall cast out many nations before thee, the Hittite and the Girgashite, the Amorite and the Canaanite and the Perizzite and the Hivite and the Jebusite, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. And when Jehovah thy power shall deliver them up before thee, and thou shalt smite them, then thou shalt utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them.
Hallelujah. Modi manatnulak sheatahu Eloheinu Elohe avotenu Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov leolam waed Nikraet akot naja eshet akuzia ben Lewi ben Yisrael. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch Haba Likra Torah. Hallelujah. Akot Naja will be reading for us verses 3 through 5.
Walo tit kaben bam
Katin.
o katin
Mhm.
bam bikalo titain leave no uvito lo tikwak leave neka kiaser et binka kiaser
Yasir.
yasir et binka me akarai Elohim
Wa'avdu.
wa'adu Elohim Akerim Wakara Af Yehoah Bakem Wahish Mika Maher Ki Inko Ta'asu Lahem Mis Bakotehem Titsu Totsu
Titotsu.
Titotsu Slika Uma Se Bo Tam Tasha Neru
Beru.
Wa'a Sher Rehem Tagade Ufsi Lehem Tisrafun Ba'esh.
Hallelujah. Amen.
Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son, for he will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of Jehovah be kindled against you, and he will destroy thee quickly. But thus shall ye deal with them. You shall break down their altars, and dash in pieces their pillars, and hew down their asherim, and burn their graven images with fire.
Hallelujah. Modi manatnulak sheatahu Eloheinu Elohe avotenu Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov leolam waed Nikret Bakora Micaiah bat Shomer Eliezer ben Yehuda ben Yisrael. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch Haba Likra Torah. Hallelujah. Bakora Micaiah will be reading verses 6 through 8.
Ki Kwadosh Ata Layahoa Eloheka Bakar Yehoah Eloheka Lihyot Lo Laam Segula Mikal Ha'amim Ashir Al Pene Ha'adama Lo Merukem Mikal Ha'amim Kashak Yehoah Bakem Wayi Kar Bakem Ki Atem Ham At Mikal Ha'amim Ki Me'ahavat Yehoah Et Kem Umisham Ro Et Hashvua Asher Mishba La'avotekem Hotse Yehoah
See?
Hotsi Slika Yehoah Etkem Bayad Hazakwa Waif Deka Libet Avadim Miyad Paro Melech Mitzrayim.
Hallelujah.
For thou art a holy people unto Jehovah thy power. Jehovah thy power hath chosen thee to be his own treasure out of all people that are upon the face of the earth. Jehovah did not set his love upon you, nor chose you, because ye were more in number than any people, for ye were the fewest of all peoples. But because Jehovah loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he swore unto your fathers, hath Jehovah brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt.
Hallelujah. Modim anatnu lak she'atahu Eloheinu ve'Elohei avotenu Avraham Yitzchak ve'Yaakov le'olam va'ed Nikroet hamaftir le'Shabbat hazeh Shabbat WaEtChannan Nikroet Akh Malchiel ben Akush Martia ben Lewi ben Yisrael Baruch Yahuwah Yom Yom Baruch Yahuwah Tamid Ubaruch Abba Likraed Torah. Hallelujah. Maftir, Akh Malchiel will be reading verses 9 through 11.
Wada'ata ki Yehovah Elohecha, hu ha'Elohim ha'el, ha'ne'eman, shomer havrit, ve'hakesed le'ohava, ahavau, ul shomrei, mizotail le'elef, dor, shalem, lesonau, el panao, leha avido, lo ye'ahir, lesono, el panao, yishalel lo. Vishamarta et hamizwa ve'et hakukim ve'et hamishpatim asher anoki mezawka hayom la'asotam.
Hallelujah.
Know therefore that Jehovah, thy power, he is Elohim, the faithful power, who keepeth covenant and mercy with them that love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations. And he payeth them that hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not be slack to him that hateth him. He will repay him to his face. Thou shalt therefore keep the commandment and the statutes and the ordinances which I command thee this day to do them.
Hallelujah. Modim anatnu lak she'atahu Eloheinu ve'Elohei avotenu Avraham Yitzchak ve'Yaakov le'olam va'ed.
Shabbat shalom. Brothers, you may be seated. This week's portion for WaEtChannan will be in Isaiah chapter 40. So in this portion, Isaiah is trying to comfort us. This is the perspective of this portion is after we went into captivity and everything. In the chapter before, Hezekiah was king of Israel. He was very sick. And then he invited the king of Babylon to see all the jewels and treasures and everything. And Isaiah prophesied that it's all going to be taken away by those same people. Now here, some people are confused on who's actually speaking here. Some people think that this perspective is actually from after the exile. It could be the Isaiah and his disciples where he've written it down, or it could be the voice of Isaiah just portrayed in the future to talk to us after the exile. All right. Verse 1.
Comfort ye my people, saith your Elohim. Bid Jerusalem take heart, and proclaim unto her that her time of service is accomplished, that her guilt is paid off, that she hath received of Yahweh's hand double for all her sins.
Okay, so this portion talks about comfort ye. It's okay. You went through everything. You got punished, and by now you should have learned your lesson. So feel better, because things are going to go up from here.
Hark, one calleth. Clear ye in the wilderness the way of Yahweh. Make plain in the desert a highway for our Elohim. Every valley shall be lifted up, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the rugged shall be made level, and the rough places are plain, and the glory of Yahweh shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together, for the mouth of Yahweh hath spoken it. Hark, one saith, proclaim, and he saith, what shall I proclaim? All flesh is grass, and all the goodliness thereof is as the flower of the field. The grass withereth, the flower fadeth, because the breath of Yahweh bloweth upon it. Surely the people is grass.
So the Creator is so powerful. When you think about the universe and where we are, I mean, the Earth is, found in the galaxy known as the Milky Way, right? Now we are like a small speck. Like all those stars you see are different galaxies that are being formed or destroyed, and the Most High is above all of that. The Creator is so powerful that our relationship with Him is based on mercy. He just feels sorry for you. Like you can't give Him anything. You can't offer anything up for Him. He is and always will be. That's it.
Oh, the grass withereth, the flower fadeth, but the word of our power shall stand forever. O thou that tellest good tidings to Zion, get thee up into the high mountain. O thou that tellest good tidings to Jerusalem, lift up thy voice with strength. Lift it up, be not afraid. Say unto the cities of Yehuda, behold, your power. Behold, Yahweh Elohim will come as a mighty one, and his arm will rule for him. Behold, his reward is with him, and his recompense before him. Even as a shepherd that feedeth his flock, that gathereth the lambs in his arm, and carrieth them in his bosom, and gently leadeth those that give suck.
So the Most High is trying to give us encouragement. We know that we're all going to go through difficult times, and we're going to have our trials and tribulations, but the Creator is always going to be there. He's going to be there to help us get out of whatever situation you may find yourself in. If you divert off the path, he has this book in here so that you can find your way back to Him, so that you can get your blessings.
Who hath measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, and meted out heaven with the span, and comprehended the dust of the earth in a measure, and weighed the mountains in scales, and the hills in a balance?
See, this is what I was referring to. The Creator is so powerful. He knows every star by name, every sin. He can count all of it because he is everywhere. Omnipresent, that's right.
Who hath meted out the Spirit of Jehovah? Or who was his counselor that he might instruct him?
Right.
With whom took he counsel? And who instructed him? And taught him in the path of right, and taught him knowledge, and made him to know the way of discernment. Behold, the nations are as a drop of a bucket, and are counted as the small dust of the balance. Behold, the isles are as a mote in the weight, and Lebanon is not sufficient fuel, nor the beasts thereof sufficient for burnt offerings.
See, we can't offer enough to the Creator because he created it all. What he wants from us is for us to follow his instruction, to love him, to fear him, to respect him. And in return, we have life. We have happiness, joy, peace.
All the nations are as nothing before him. They are counted by him as things of naught and vanity. To whom then will ye liken Elohim? Or what likeness will ye compare unto him?
See, there is no image. Anything that you can imagine the Creator as, that's not him. Nothing. So it's beyond our understanding, beyond our comprehension, the power that the Creator holds.
The image perchance, which the craftsman hath melted, and the goldsmith spread over with gold, the silversmith casting silver chains, a home oak is set apart. He chooseth a tree that will not rot. He seeketh unto him a cunning craftsman to set up an image that shall not be moved.
Foolish. There's no image that you can create. There's nothing. He created that mind of yours. He knows that you cannot imagine or make anything that's going to look like him. And if you do, that's an abomination. That's it.
Know ye not? Hear ye not? Hath it not been told you from the beginning? Have ye not understood the foundations of the earth? It is he that sitteth above the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in, that bringeth princes to nothing. He maketh the judges of the earth as a thing of naught. Scarce are they planted, scarce are they sown, scarce hath their stock taken root in the earth. When he bloweth upon them, they wither, and the whirlwind taketh them away as stubble.
See, so we start out with comfort ye, be empowered, okay, that you made it through this, and now you're going to be, risen up, right? And then later on, it talks about the Creator's power. So you feel comfort, and then you got to know fear. That the Creator is able to help you and everything, but you need to make sure that you understand that he is above you and all.
To whom then will ye liken me that I should be equal, saith the Holy One? Lift up your eyes on high and see, who hath created these? He that bringeth out their host by number. He calleth them all by name, by the greatness of his might, and for that he is strong in power. Not one faileth.
And that's the portion. The correlation between here and the Sidrah is that Isaiah, both prophets, Isaiah and Moshe, are trying to empower the people, try to give them counsel, try to console them while admonishing them and making sure you understand that this is not a power that you play with. Say who? All right.
Let's keep that round of applause going. Hallelujah. 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 Amen. Y'all may be seated just for a quick moment. Cain. Definitely thanking our brother Akh Malchiel for bringing that portion to us of Isaiah 40. Definitely a very powerful portion. And, you know, as he rightfully said, how the prophet left on record those great reminders, some of those questions that we can ask ourselves to cause us to go into that just processing of, can we even truly fathom the Creator's power, his existence? You know, and at times we need to be reminded of that. You know, we can get headstrong. We can think, oh, I get this now. I understand this. No, you don't. And the Creator is so infinite in his power, and the wisdom that he's given us in his Torah allows us to know the path he desires for us to walk. So we're thankful for the words that he puts on everybody's minds and hearts to be able to share with all of us, to give us those good reminders. So Toda Rabah, once again, my brother Akh Malchiel, and pray everybody receive something from that lesson. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Let's all stand. Even at this time, as we segor, close the Torah. Amen. The Torah can be found on page 12 in our prayer books, as well as being shared with you on the screen as well. Torah, Segor Torah we nilmod Akshal. Whereby shall we return unto thee, for thy words to be fulfilled by thy Lord, by thy Lord, in our hearts it is to be instilled. Torah, Segor Torah we nilmod Akshal. Oh, how can we draw closer to each other in the spirit of true righteousness? By thy Lord, by thy Lord, is the only way we must confess. Torah, Segor Torah we nilmod Akshal. Hallelujah. Let's even bless Yah's name, singing Baruch Hashem, found on page 78, as well as it will be shared on the screen as well. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahovah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahovah. Blessed be the name of Yahovah. Blessed be the name of Yahovah. Blessed be the name of Yahovah. Blessed be the name, blessed be the name of Yahovah. Who no telechem, umayim gam. 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 He gives us bread and our water too. Yah gives us bread and our water too. He gives us bread and our water too. He gives us bread, Yahovah gives us bread and our water too. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahovah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahovah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahovah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahovah. When I wake up in the morning, I got to praise Yah's name. When I wake up in the morning, I teach my kids to do the same. Yehovah is great, he's oh so great. I got to praise his name, I just can't wait. Yehovah is king of heaven and earth. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahovah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahovah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahovah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahovah. There is no God like Yehovah our King. There is no God like Yehovah our King. There is no God, no, like Yehovah our King. There is no God like Yehovah our King. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahovah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahovah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahovah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahovah. Again. be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the Yah of our fathers, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy in the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the Yah of our fathers, for he is the Most High, and Yahuwah is his name. Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the Yah of our fathers, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy in the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the Yah of our fathers, for he is the Most High, and Yahuwah is his name. Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the Yah of our fathers, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy in the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the Yah of our fathers, for he is the Most High, and Yahuwah is his name. And Yahuwah is his name. And Yahuwah is his name. Yes, Yahuwah is his name. Nagin, Nagin, Nagin. We wanna praise Yahuwah. We wanna praise Yahuwah. Let's praise Yahuwah. Let's praise Yahuwah, Yahuwah, Yahuwah. Let's praise Yahuwah again. Help Israel, Yahuwah. Help Israel, Yahuwah. Help Israel, Yahuwah. Eh, Yahuwah. Eh, Yahuwah. Bevakwisha, Yahuwah. Bevakwisha, Yahuwah. Bevakwisha, Yahuwah. Hey, Yahuwah. Hey, Yahuwah. It's been too long, Yahuwah. It's been too long, Yahuwah. It's been too long, Yahuwah. Hey, Yahuwah. Hey, Yahuwah. Let not the heathens defeat us. Let not the Gentiles defeat us. Let your love shine, for it's so divine. Come now, our Father, and lead us. He said, ah, 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 ah. Oh, 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 oh. down, break it down, break it down. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Help Yisrael, Yahuwah. Help Yisrael, Yahuwah. Help Yisrael, Yahuwah. Yahuwah, Yahuwah. Bebakwisha, Yahuwah. Bebakwisha, Yahuwah. Bebakwisha, Yahuwah. Yahuwah, Yahuwah. It's been too long, Yahuwah. It's been too long, Yahuwah. It's been too long, Yahuwah. Yahuwah, Yahuwah. Let not the heathens defeat us. Let not the Gentiles defeat us. Let your love shine, for it's so divine. Come now, our Father, and lead us. I say it, ah, 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 ah. Oh, oh, break it down, break it down, break it down. Na 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 na. 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 Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Amen. May our praises even be accepted in the highest courts of his glory. At this time, you all may please be seated. And as we move now into the reading of Proverbs 8, if we could all please welcome, coming from online, to lead us in the reading of the 8th proverb, Akh Azalea. Hallelujah.
Shalom, shalom, family.
Shabbat shalom, Lord.
Giving all honor and all praise to the one, true, and living God, Yehovah Tzvaot.
Amen.
And giving due respect to the leadership council of Hashaba Yisrael, Hebrew family of Charlotte. This version of the 8th proverb in my Tanakh is a little different than most of us have committed to memory over the years, but the message is the same.
Okay, no problem.
It is wisdom calling, understanding, raising her voice. She takes her stand at the topmost heights, by the wayside, at the crossroads, near the gates at the city entrance. At the entryways, she shouts, "O men, I call to you. My cry is to all mankind. O simple ones, learn shrewdness. O dullards, instruct your minds. Listen, for I speak noble things, Uprightness comes from my lips. My mouth utters truth. Wickedness is abhorrent to my lips. All my words are just, none of them perverse or crooked. All are straightforward to the intelligent man, and right to those who have attained knowledge. Accept my discipline rather than silver, knowledge rather than choice gold, for wisdom is better than rubies. No goods can equal her. I, wisdom, dwell with prudence. I attain knowledge and foresight. To fear Yahweh is to hate evil. I hate pride, arrogance, the evil way, and duplicity in speech. Mine are counsel and resourcefulness. I am understanding, courage is mine. Through me kings reign and rulers decree just laws. Through me princes rule, great men, and all the righteous judges. Those who love me, I love, and those who seek me will find me. Riches and honor belong to me, enduring wealth and success. My fruit is better than gold, fine gold, and my produce better than choice silver. I walk on the way of righteousness, on the paths of justice. I endow those who love me with substance. I will fill their treasuries. Yahweh created me at the beginning of his course, at the first of his works of old. In the distant past I was fashioned, at the beginning, at the origin of earth. There was no deep when I was brought forth, no springs rich in water. Before the foundation of the mountains were sunk, before the hills I was born. He had not yet made earth and fields, or the world's first clumps of clay. I was there when he set the heavens into place, when he fixed the horizon upon the deep, when he made the heavens above firm, and the fountains of the deep gushed forth, when he assigned the sea its limits, so that its waters never transgress his command. When he fixed the foundations of the earth, I was with him as a confidant, a source of delight every day, rejoicing before him at all times, rejoicing in his inhabited world, finding delight with mankind. Now, sons, listen to me. Happy are they who keep my ways, heed discipline and become wise. Do not spurn it. Happy is the man who listens to me, coming early to my gates each day, waiting outside my doors. For he who finds me finds life and obtains favor from Yahweh. But he who misses me destroys himself. Do not spurn it. Oh, Sidrah. All who hate me love death.
Hallelujah.
I'd like to say Torah Yahweh for my life and the lives of my family, the lives of my extended family, friends, and loved ones, all of you there in person and those of you online. I pray the Most High will continue to bless us. And I say Torah Yahweh for blessing us with the gift of this holy Shabbat day, a time where we can all praise his name together and spend time with our loved ones and keeping his laws. So Shabbat Shalom Lakem, and I pray I can see you all in person in the near future.
Amen. Shabbat Shalom Lak. Hallelujah. Total Rabbi for leading us in that proverb, and sometimes reading it out of a different edition can bring some different things to light, you know, so I appreciate you reading through that and in the edition that you chose to read it through. All right, so let's all join our voices together, even as we praise Yah's name, saying the 24th Psalm in unison. Hallelujah. The earth is Jehovah's, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the mountain of Jehovah, and who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not taken my name in vain, and hath not sworn deceitfully. He shall receive a blessing from Jehovah, and righteousness from the power of his salvation. Such is the generation of them that seek after him, that seek thy face, even Yaakov, Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lifted up, ye everlasting doors, that the King of glory may come in. Who is the King of glory? Jehovah, strong and mighty, Jehovah, mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, yea, lift them up, ye everlasting doors, that the King of glory may come in. Who then is the King of glory? Yehovah of hosts. He is the King of glory. Selah. And if we could all please stand, first giving all honor and praise to Yehovah Elohim, the creator and maker of heaven and earth. Thanking Yah for the leader of this community, Sar Aharon, for all the Cohane, Moreh, Misharaite, Shemuel, all the men, women, and children of this community and abroad. Hallelujah! 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 Yokai! 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 Selah. At this time, Kane, everybody is dismissed for Yeladim. You all dismissed for the school. Everybody else that's still in here, you all may please be seated. Hallelujah. Shabbat shalom lachem od pa'am. It is my divine pleasure to stand before you all today to even break down the portion of WaEtChannan. Definitely a very powerful portion in the book of Deuteronomy, and really in the whole Torah. This is a very powerful portion that we will be getting into today. Things that covers the 10 Commandments, covers the Shema, our Pledge of Allegiance. A lot of the very basic tenets of our overall culture is in this Sidrah. So definitely it is a very powerful one. And just as we reflect on last week, when our Misharaite Yaakov started off the book of Deuteronomy for us and gave us a very good backdrop on how this being the constitution of our people, how we got to the places where we are, knowing the history of our triumphs, our pitfalls, and now where we stand in the Araba, right across the Yarden, before our ancestors crossed into the wilderness at that time. So that is where we are now, still in Moshe giving his farewell speech, if you will, to the people. And one thing we have to remember is the book of Deuteronomy was Moshe speaking to the next generation. So that's why there is a lot of reiterating of things that we've covered in previous books in the Torah, because he was dealing with that first generation that was already slated to die off before the 40 years was up. In the book of Deuteronomy, he's primarily speaking to that generation that has been empowered to go into the land. So sometimes we might hear things said again, but Moshe, all the wisdom he's gathered throughout the wilderness, now I'm sure is giving it with another heightened level of wisdom and understanding from when he was first dealing with that first group. So when we consider this portion, there are some key words that really stand out, that come out a variety of times throughout different verses. One being Shema, to hear. And of course, yes, we know the Shema is in this portion, but even before that, we see this word plenty of times. Another word that we see a lot is Shamar, to guard. And we see this word or this verb in a variety of different forms, either to guard something else, to guard yourself. So we're going to see how these two terms really give a good backdrop to this whole portion. So what is WaEtChannan? This is Moshe saying, and I pleaded to Yah. Now, when we look at this word WaEtChannan, the root of that being Chanan, you know, when we refer to the Creator, El Rachum WeChanun, the compassionate and merciful power. So this Chanan is the mercy that Moshe is trying to plead to the Creator for. But let's look at the tense that the verb is in, the hitpael, as if he's doing it to himself. So let's ask, is he pleading to himself for mercy or the Yah within him? Yah dwells within every one of us. So when we are pleading for mercy, when we're asking for forgiveness, remember, you got to forgive yourself. That's a big part of the whole healing journey, because if you don't forgive yourself, the other person can forgive you, but it doesn't matter. You haven't let it go, the guilt that you might have for whatever you did to land you where you are. So that Yah within us is watching those internal conversations, if we've forgiven ourselves, if we're being too hard on ourselves. So in this WaEtChannan, Moshe was asking the Yah within him, pleading for mercy. So let's see how this this rendition of our history goes, starting off from here in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 3, beginning at the 23rd verse. Hallelujah.
And I besought Yahweh at that time, saying, O Yahweh Elohim, thou hast begun to show thy servant thy greatness and thy strong hand. For what God is there in heaven or on earth that can do according to thy works and according to thy mighty acts? Let me go over, I pray thee, and see the good land that is beyond the Jordan, that goodly hill country, and Lebanon. But Yahweh was wroth with me for your sakes, and hearken not unto me. And Yahweh said unto me, let it suffice thee. Speak no more unto me of this matter. Get thee up into the top of Pisgah, and lift up thine eyes westward and northward and southward and eastward, and behold with thine eyes, for thou shalt not go over this Jordan.
All right, so we see there that Moshe made a request to the Creator that he is able to go into the land and see the land. Now, the Creator gave him, if we pay attention, he gave him half of his request. All right, you won't be able to go over, but I'll let you see it. Go up to the top of Pisgah and look into the 4 directions and be able to see the land. For those that have been on high mountain tops, you know you can see a pretty good distance. For those here in the Charlotte area that might have gone to Crowder's Mountain, you go all the way up Crowder's Mountain, you can see downtown Charlotte from Crowder's Mountain, some 35 odd miles away. So best believe him going to the top of Mount Pisgah, he was able to see a good bit of land. He might have been able to see all the way to the Mediterranean. We know that Israel isn't a huge, landmass in width, if you will. So there's a good chance, he could have seen everything from that vantage point. But we have to remember that in life, things that we desire, the Creator might not always give it to us, because the Creator knows what's best for us. I could desire a certain level of success in certain areas of my life. I could desire to win the lottery. But guess what? The Creator might be like, no, that money might corrupt you, so I'm going to let somebody else win it. The Creator knows these things. And if Moshe would have gone in the land at that time, we probably wouldn't even went into an exile. Because Moshe, in the energy he was in, almost like a Messiah of our people, if you will, if he would have came in, we would have been established, it probably would have been good. But the Creator wanted us to go through some trials and errors. The Creator didn't want us to have, Abba coming in with us. He wanted us to have the new generation, the new group, for you all to learn through the different trials and tribulations that they will endure. And in life, we have to go through this. We have to. It's a part of the growth and development process of you separating from the one who gave you the teachings, and now you taking it in and establishing them. So let's see what else he tells them to do.
But charge Joshua and encourage him and strengthen him, for he shall go over before this people, and he shall cause them to inherit the land which thou shalt see. So we abode in the valley over against Beit Peor.
So we see there that Moshe, of course, empowering his attendant, his servant, being Yehoshua, who would be the next one in line to go into the land. And at the time, they are still sitting in that valley where all that calamity took place. And I really do feel like they were still dwelling in this area. Moshe was probably still a little upset about the level of calamity that took place. That whole situation with, at Beit Peor was one of the last major infractions of the nation. But it was also the one that caused one of the most deaths of all of the other previous situations. So Moshe still being in this area, just teaching the lessons and letting them know, hey, don't forget, this is where a lot of the calamity went down right here before we cross over. We're still in the area to get those people to be mindful of their actions and what they're about to do going into the land. Let's go into the 4th chapter.
And now, O Israel, hearken unto the statutes
Shema.
and unto the ordinances which I teach you, to do them, that ye may live and go in and possess the land which Jehovah, the power of your fathers, giveth you. You shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish from it, that
Mhm.
ye may keep the commandments of Yahweh your power, which I command you.
You know, in this right here, we have the Shema, how it even starts off in that verse or starts off that chapter, WaEtChannan Yisrael. Shema, listen to the commandments that were given to us and then actually applying them. It is our life. The Creator gave us the template of how He desires mankind to live on this world, in this planet. So by us living by these laws, establishing the Torah in our heart, that gives us life. That gives us protection from all the many calamities that could befall us. The calamities we see befall other peoples that are not walking this divine path that Yah has laid out before us. And then we're given the reminder to not add or take away. And this is a very big point of contention now because we're not living amongst just us. We're living amongst mixed peoples where it's so easy to just take in this, take in that. Oh, okay, they're doing this. Well, let me drop that part of my culture so I can get along with what they're doing here. It's so easy to do so. And the Creator gave us an untampered culture. And it's on us. We have the duty to make sure that it stays intact, not adding things. That's one thing that our Judaic brothers and sisters have gone astray with. They've added a lot of their own customs and made it seem law, and now they're all the way to this side on the right with it. Our Christian brothers and sisters, they far to the left. They completely lost, completely done away with. To them, it don't exist. Way to the left. We have to stay right here in the straight and narrow, preserving what Yah gave us left on record, not adding to it, not taking away from it. Of course, is there parts where we have to make it applicable to the culture which we live in 2022 in comparison to 1000 BCE, right? Of course, there's some of those aspects that we have to make applicable and apply it to, you know, our current days in which we live, but we are not supposed to change big tenets of this culture. That's where we go astray. That's where we begin the descent of the nation. And we're going to see as we continue to go through how some of these things that could be taken away or misconstrued and how it could affect us as a people. Tosi.
Your eyes have seen what Yahweh did in Baal Peor. For all the men that followed the Baal Peor, Yahweh thy power hath destroyed them from the midst of thee. But ye that did cleave unto Yahweh your power are alive, every one of you this day.
Amen. So we see here that we're given that reminder. Remember, Moshe's talking to the younger generation. None of them got caught up in this BP situation. He's letting them know what happened with their fathers and their uncles and everybody else that got caught up in this situation. But it's a reminder for us because we know what happened at BP, you know. The brothers of Israel were seduced by the dancing girls, right? And so this reminder is ultimately for us as men, and really just as Israelites, men, women, makes no difference, to lean on our higher nature, not to fall onto our lower nature. That's easy. The world literally gives you everything you need to stay in your lower nature, where all you're thinking about is the act and who you can do it with. That's as far as a lot of people think in this society. Seriously. They might think about here and there, oh, let me figure out a way I can make some money. But most of the time, all they're thinking about is that. So as Israelites, people that are supposed to be the priests to the nations, we have to lean on a higher nature that draws people to their spirituality, to the oneness of the Creator in existence, so that we have some respect of how we go about dealing with our brothers and our sisters. Because the act still has to take place as a part of us to build a nation, but we can't be base about it. That's one of the big points. Everything that we do has to be circumvented through the higher nature of Torah that is leading us to. Tosif.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and ordinances, even as Yahweh my power commanded me, that ye should do so in the midst of the land whither ye go in to possess it. Observe therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the peoples, that when they hear all these statutes shall say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people? For what great nation is there that hath Elohim so nigh unto them as Jehovah our power is whensoever we call upon him? And what great nation is there that hath statutes and ordinances so righteous as all this law, which I have set before you this day?
Amen.
Only
Slika. So we see here that we are being told to keep them, to guard them, and that is our wisdom. Now, wisdom is something that the Creator grants, as we know from the Proverbs. But at the same time, we also know that you have to apply the knowledge, the understanding you have, to yield wisdom. Knowledge by itself is just information. It could go left, it could go right, could be good, could be bad. All depends on how it's applied. The right understanding then allows you to look at that knowledge and know how it should apply. But wisdom is when you actually do the actions of that right understanding. I could have the right understanding all day long, but if I don't apply it, I'm not going to yield any true wisdom. That wisdom is like when you take some olives from a branch and you're squeezing out that oil. That oil is the wisdom. But you got to squeeze the olive to be able to get that. Otherwise, hey, good read. All right, Zehu, back to my wickedness. And unfortunately, we all do that in one way, form, or fashion or another. We don't think about things that we do as wickedness, but even when we're lax with helping a brother or a sister, that's wicked. When we're not willing to give a helping hand when we know we have the ability to do so. You're turning a blind eye to somebody who might need help, even if they're not an Israelite. That's considered wicked. So all of these different things we have to be mindful of so that we can be looked at as the wise and understanding people. Us being a kingdom of priests, we're almost supposed to be in the Creator's eyes, like angels walking this earth, helping those that have yet to reach that higher nature and state of mind. That's how we're supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? We see some Lavan get in a car accident, Israelite brother and sister dressed in all white come up, hey, you need help, sir? Help him out with his tire, make sure he calls AAA, everything gets situated, and they're off by their day. Wow, who are those two people? What do they stand for? What are their principles in life? What do they believe? That's how we're supposed to leave people almost starstruck because of our love and how we desire to help people in any situation. Not just, no, at least it wasn't my tire, and we go on about our day. We got to be a wise and understanding people and apply it. Tosif.
At verse 9.
Okay.
Only take heed to thyself and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thine eyes saw, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. But make them known unto thy children, and to thy children's children.
All right, so we see here that we are being told, this is one of the words again, take heed to thyself, shamar, as it says, hishamer lecha ushmor nafsheka. So the hishamer is, the shamar word, once again, only in the nifal. So this is like, we use this word a lot of times of like, be careful, right? When we tell somebody like hishamer, hishamru, you're telling somebody like, hey, be careful, be cautious. But where does cautiousness begin? Up here. So it's already letting us know that we need to have some kind of mental barriers where we do not allow ourselves to just turn our mind into a wicked playground. The Creator watches all of that. He's watching our thoughts in every moment in which we are living. And it says here that least we forget. The Creator knows we're prone to forget. It's easy once you get complacent, you've been given blessings, things are going well, to kind of let off the gas a little bit. It's human nature to a certain degree. But that's why the Creator is saying we need to do things. And this is a question I ask all of us, myself included, is what are we doing daily to keep the remembrance of Yah Yisrael in our minds? To guard his presence in our hearts. What are we doing daily? Do we do a check at the end of the day of the things we've done, how we treated people? Did I cut off somebody in traffic? little stuff, right? It all matters. At the end of the day, doing a mental checklist. How did I treat everybody? Guarding our hearts. Those kind of things that we have to do. I mean, really, this is a tall order here when we think about it. Because it's easy to play righteous externally where everybody sees what you're doing. You can't play righteous up here in the mind where the Creator's watching you. And that's the tall order that we're being asked right here, so that we do not forget. Tosif.
The day that thou stoodest before Jehovah thy power in Horeb, when Jehovah said unto me, assemble me the people, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. Then ye came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire unto the heart of heaven, with darkness, cloud, and thick darkness.
Now, real quick, just thinking about that. It's saying that the mountain burned unto the heart of heaven, darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. That takes us back to the creation. When there was strictly just darkness. And then you had the flame of fire, which is almost like the light when the Creator created the first day. The Creator was bringing us back to the beginning of creation when he met our ancestors at the mountain. Blazing all the way to the heart of heaven, the eternal, that infinite soul that is existence itself is what we're speaking of right here. The beauty of that. Tosif.
And Jehovah spoke unto you out of the midst of the fire. Ye heard the voice of words, but ye saw no form, only a voice.
Same thing as in creation. We can read Genesis 1, up, down, left, right. There is never going to be an image that we're shown. Only the Creator's utterances that created that vibration throughout the ethers, and then existence came about.
And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even the 10 words. And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone. And Jehovah commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and ordinances, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go over to possess it. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves.
Once again.
For ye saw no manner of form on the day that Jehovah spoke unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire. Lest ye deal corruptly, and make you a graven image, even the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the heaven, the likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the water under the earth. And lest thou lift up thine eyes unto the heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the host of heaven, thou be drawn away and worship them and serve them, which Jehovah thy power hath allotted unto all the peoples under the whole heaven. But you have Jehovah taken and brought forth out of the iron furnace, out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day.
So as we can see here, we are being reminded, guard yourselves, nishmartem, but at the same time, this to not focus on one aspect of creation and try to make it as if it is the Creator. Now, we have to think about how the Creator is telling us, do not idolize the male image, the female image. Do not idolize the lion, the tiger, the bear. Do not idolize, the whale, whatever it is that you might really enjoy. Yeah, we all have our favorites, right? I got my favorite color. I got a couple animals that I favor. But the difference is when we idolize them to the point of looking at them as deity. That is where other nations in the past went way off. We think about nations such as Egypt, who had a variety of different images of their, gods that were always depicted as animals, or like a animal-human mix, right? Even you look at ancient India, even today in India, right? How they depict a lot of their deities, it's an animal or animal-human type of imagery, and how these things, we have to be careful because the Creator has no form. The Creator is strictly existence. There's no way we could truly define the Creator.
Right.
Honestly, that's why we just say Elohim, power. You can't define it. So everything that is within creation, the creator spirit is within. So how limiting is it to say, oh, the creator's this? No, the creator's this, that, everything. Now, see, this is where, kind of our brothers and sisters in India have kind of gone off, because they have a concept of this, but they have separated it and made everything its own separate deity. They understand all of creation is creator, right? But they divide it up. The sun is this deity over this, that deity over these animals. All of these variety of things. That's where they went wrong. So it's taking us as the children of Israel to bring that understanding of the oneness of creation, the oneness of all forms, and how the one spirit fills all forms, and bring this back to the forefront to the people. A lot of them already have good spiritual practices, right? Nobody denies that. But we have to be able to bring people back to the oneness of the spirit, the one breath in which we all breathe and that we all come from. Joseph.
Verse 21. Now, Yahweh was angry with me for your sakes, and swore that I should not go over the Jordan, and that I should not go in unto that good land which Yahweh thy power giveth thee for an inheritance. But I must die in this land. I must not go over the Jordan, but ye ought to go over and possess that good land.
All right, we see how Moshe, this is the second time now where he's saying that because of what you all did is because of me now not being able to go into the land. And, we just have to remember that while somebody's actions could put you in a certain headspace where it's easier for you to do something you shouldn't do, you are still accountable for making that choice of doing what you know you shouldn't have done. Somebody could cut me off in traffic. Okay, that doesn't give me the right. Road rage, chase them halfway home. That's not righteous. Somebody comes up to me and just slaps me in the face. Well, that's a little different, right?
Yes, that's quite.
I know I would react. But I mean, we have to just be mindful of those things, that because somebody else does something, and it's primarily, verbal, nothing that's like physical harm. That's a whole other conversation, right? But if somebody does something to you, that doesn't justify you reacting in a certain way. Throughout this whole summer camp experience and seeing how some of the Eladim act with one another, one of them does something, they take this toy, and then the other one tells this one to shut up. Well, I told them to shut up because they took this and I was using that, and everybody feels justified in doing something bad because somebody did something bad to them. They feel like they were wrong, so I'm gonna wrong you back. But we see here, that's what kept Moshe out the land. So unless we want to have that fate, and none of us are of the stature of Moshe to still be able to have that oneness relationship with the Creator, but we have to be able to think before we respond. Somebody does something, hold up. What do I really need to do? What is the real response I need to take? Try to take a breath before you react to things. Try to make it a real test for yourself. I'm gonna take 2 deep breaths before I respond and just wild out on this person. At the end of that second breath, see if you actually still want to. You probably won't. Be like, hey, it ain't even worth it. I got better stuff to do with my day. Get my blood boiled for all of this. So, take that lesson from Moshe. You can blame them, but you guilty too.
Take heed unto yourselves,
Hishamru,
lest ye forget the covenant of Yahweh your power, which he made with you, and make you a graven image, even the likeness of anything which Yahweh thy power hath forbidden thee. For Yahweh thy power is a devouring fire, a jealous power.
Now remember, the Creator's saying he's a consuming fire and a jealous Elohim. Remember that when Avraham made that covenant with the Creator, and when he fell asleep that night, and then he woke up and he saw the smoking furnace, and then he saw the torch, that flaming fire, that devouring fire. Avraham saw the torch when he made the covenant. Moshe saw that fire at the burning bush when he was being called in. So the Creator is using this similar imagery in order to, in a sense, shake our ancestors awake to the Creator's presence. And we all have those situations in our life where we have to be reminded, we have to be shaken up. Hopefully it doesn't come as a fire. I'm sure none of us wanted to come in that form, but in a way where the Creator says, I'm here, I'm watching, I'm guarding and protecting you. Hallelujah.
When thou shalt beget children and children's children, and ye shall have been long in the land and shall deal corruptly, and make a graven image, even the form of anything, and shall do that which is evil in the sight of Jehovah thy power, to provoke him, I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land whereunto ye go over the Jordan to possess it. You shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall utterly be destroyed. And Jehovah shall scatter you among the peoples, and you shall be left few in number among the nations, whither Jehovah shall lead you away. And there ye shall serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell.
Right. So we see there that the Creator is giving us that reminder that we are to guard this culture. It says, and once again, Hishamru, being be careful for yourselves, be cautious, be mindful of what you're doing. And one thing that we have to consider is, as one of the proverbs says about not removing the ancient boundaries, not removing the landmarks of our ancestors. And that's not always referring to, a rock in my field to know where the end of my field is and where your field begins, but the principles that were set before us from the generations that came prior, sticking by those principles, that moral compass that our ancestors used to get us to this place. It's when we start trying to add and take away from that we end up becoming indistinguishable with the nations. We've joined right along with them because it starts off as an inch, it becomes a yardstick, becomes a mile. Surely, and then we fall into the place where now the Creator is saying he will destroy us and remove us from the land and allow us to serve gods of wood and stone. We know what that wood and stone is. Christianity and Islam. The wood of the cross, the stone in the Kaaba. We know what these things are referring to. And that's where most of our ancestors and most of our people today are in those two religions. We were all Christianized through our enslavement. A lot of our ancestors turned to Islam as well. Because there was the whole other side of the captivity that we don't see. We don't hear about in history. Our ancestors that were enslaved in West Africa and sold into East Africa, further east, under the flag of Islam. So these were the two things that has now caused our people to go astray into other understandings of the Creator, removing us from the Torah. We didn't value it in the land. So now you get to remove and do what the other people do. That's what you wanted to do, right? The Creator gave us literally what we wanted. We didn't want to do it ourselves. All right, do it with them. Do we enjoy it? No. And now we realize the importance of the mission that we have to establish ourselves once again so we can govern our own under the Torah that Yah has given us.
But from thence ye will seek Jehovah thy power, and thou shalt find him, if thou search after him with all thy heart and with all thy soul. In thy distress, when all these things are come upon thee, in the end of days, thou wilt return to Jehovah thy power, and hearken unto his voice. For Jehovah thy power is a merciful power.
Amen.
He will not fail thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers which he swore unto them.
So we see that we are being told by Moshe that Elohim can be found when we search with all of our heart and all of our soul. That is the only way to truly find the Creator. You're not going to find the Creator, look up in the heavens. I'll even go to the extent of saying you're not going to find the Creator just reading the Torah.
Mm.
You have to meditate and mull over these things in your heart and your mind, and the Creator will meet you and then build you up from there.
Mm-hmm.
We can read this book all day long. The Creator doesn't dwell in this book.
Mm.
The Creator doesn't. I think sometimes we forget that.
Mm-hmm.
These are the Creator's words left on record for us to know how to know his thoughts, the will that he's given unto the children of man. But the Creator does not dwell in this book. Why do you think we are told to meditate in the Torah day and night? Through the meditation, the thoughts, the deep contemplation, Yah gives insights. He meets you in your mind, in the thoughts that you're having, and he leads you to levels of wisdom that you might have never thought were possible. But it takes you taking the time to sit down and meditate, not just read through stuff by rote. You read through it by rote, it becomes a routine. It's going to be forgotten and fall to the wayside after a while. It has to mean something in your heart and in your mind, in the depths of your soul. That's the only way that it counts. And then we see Moshe is giving us a prequel to what he's going to say again in Deuteronomy chapter 30 about how when we are in the latter days, that if we seek the Creator in this manner, that he will allow himself to be found and he will turn back unto us as we are turning unto him. And Torah Yah for that. All of us in this room, everybody on the Zoom, we are all witness to that Yah has turned back to us and given us the knowledge and understanding of his Torah and knowing that we are the children of Israel once again. Hallelujah for that.
For ask now of the days past, which were before thee, since the day that Elohim created man upon the earth, and from the one end of the heaven unto the other, whether there hath been any such thing as this great thing is, or hath been heard like it. Did ever a people hear the voice of Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire, as thou hast heard and lived? Or hath Elohim assuaged to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation by trials, by signs, and by wonders, by war, and by a mighty hand, and by an outstretched arm, and by great terrors, according to all that Jehovah your power did for you in Egypt before thine eyes? Unto thee it was shown that thou mightest know that Jehovah, he is Elohim.
Amen.
There is none else beside him.
So we see that we are being reminded of the Creator's might, the fact that he has delivered us from a people. That this hasn't happened. We can go through the annals of history. We can look at all the different things that various societies and cultures have said throughout time. And nobody has the story that we have, that the Creator has even saved us from a people that were mightier than us, delivered us, made us a self-governing people in the best real estate on the planet. These things that nobody else can attest to. And we have to thank Yah for this, because the Creator, Hu Ha Elohim. The gods of the nations are idols. They're just the thinkings of their mind. They have no bearing. They're vain. But the Creator that we serve, that has chosen us and taken us from that iron furnace, that is the true power. The existence itself, who puts a breath within each and every one of us. Sometimes we think, oh, some people might say, I can't see God. How do I know he's real? We can't see our breath, but we take one every second. None of us can see it. And we all breathe the same air. That one spirit that we're all breathing is just one example of the many powers that the Creator has. We look at one species out there. We look at canines. How many different kind of canines are there? The beauty of all the different forms, the mannerisms. That's just one kind of animal. You look at the plants. You look at vegetation. How many different kind of avocados are there? Different stuff like that. Like, I mean, there's the Creator's power is infinite. The ability for him to create all this variety from one. And that's what we're supposed to stand by. The one who created the many and wants the many to return back to the understanding of one. That's how it truly matters. You know, the word brit for covenant is to cut something. So you cut something into two, and then you join it back together as one. Isn't that what a marriage is? You have a man and a woman that have been severed. They were two, now they're two separate, or they're one, now they're two separate entities. Then you bring them back together as one. That is what the image of creation is to be. Us bringing the many back to the one.
Out of heaven he made thee to hear his voice, that he might instruct thee. And upon earth he made thee to see his great fire. And thou didst hear his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved thy fathers, and chose their seed after them, and brought thee out with his presence, with his great power out of Egypt, to drive out nations from before thee, greater and mightier than thou, to bring thee in, to give thee their land for an inheritance, as it is this day. Know this day and lay it to thy heart, that Yehovah, he is Elohim in heaven above and upon the earth beneath. There is none else.
Amen.
And thou shalt keep his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee this day, that it may go well with thee and with thy children after thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days upon the land which Jehovah thy power giveth thee forever.
Amen. So we see here that in verse 36, where the Creator is saying, out of heaven he made thee hear his voice, that he might instruct thee. Now in the Hebrew, it using the word leyasrecha, which can also be referring to discipline us. That the Creator showed us his might so that we would have that necessary discipline put upon our souls. Sometimes if we don't see how strong something is, we kind of play with it. You know, oh, the pretty little tiger. Oh, my bad. You know, pretty little kitty. Nah. So sometimes that's what has to take place, is the Creator to show his might and his force. As adults, we got to do that with children sometimes. Look, sometimes they talking out the side of their neck. Oh, really? Line up. You got to do it sometimes, because they think it's a game until you show them the power and the force that you have to get them in line. Creator has to do the same thing with all of us, from the youngest of us to the oldest of us. So us being able to hear that voice, the I couldn't even imagine the vibration that voice sent through everybody's body when they were standing there. So they already knew, yeah, I'm not playing with this. So us getting those reminders and then returning back to just that oneness once again, that we have to do this to inherit the land. We are not going to inherit the land by any other means than by guarding this Torah in our heart, soul, and with all of our might.
Verse 41. Then Moses separated 3 cities beyond the Jordan toward the sun rising, that the manslayer might flee thither, that slayeth his neighbor unawares, and hated him not in time past, and that fleeing unto one of these cities he might live. Bezer in the wilderness in the tableland for the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead for the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan for the Manassites.
So we see here that while, of course, our ancestors were on the east side of the Jordan, that we had to have our 3 cities of refuge established on that side. So while Moshe was still alive, he taking care of this and putting one in each tribal allotment that was given on the east of the Jordan.
And this is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the ordinances which Moses spoke unto the children of Israel when they came forth out of Egypt, beyond the Jordan, in the valley, over against Beit Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel smote when they came forth out of Egypt. And they took his land in possession, and the land of Og, king of Bashan, the 2 kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan toward the sun rising, from Aroer, which is on the edge of the valley of Arnon, even unto Mount Sion, the same is Hermon, and all the Araba, beyond the Jordan eastward, even unto the sea of the Araba, under the slopes of Pisgah.
All right, so we're just getting once again a reminder of the location of where this conversation is taking place, a reminder of some of those battles that our ancestors went through in order to obtain this land that we are currently inhabiting, and that, of course, it was given to Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. As we just saw, they were given the 3 cities of refuge on this side. Moving into chapter 5.
And Moses called unto all Israel and said unto them, Hear, O Israel,
Shema.
the statutes and the ordinances which I speak in your ears this day, that ye may learn them and observe to do them.
And remember, the Creator is continually reminding us to hear, because there's nothing to see. The Creator has no form. So we have to hear. We have to relate with the Creator with the voice that he utters out, because that is the only way to truly have some way to, interface with the Creator. There is no form for me to set up and bow down before. So we must Shema. We must hear.
Jehovah our power made a covenant with us in Horeb. Jehovah made not this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive this day.
Amen. That is still referring to us. Of course, Moshe at that time, in context, was speaking to that second generation, the younger ones. Y'all about to go into the land. You all standing here this day. But this is still referring to all of us in this room, all of us on the Zoom, all the Israelites throughout the 4 corners of the earth that are still alive this day. And that Yah has preserved the covenant and the people. So it is on us to be able to continue to pass the baton down. It might not be you that gets in the land. Pray that your bloodline gets in. Some of your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. It might not happen in our times. We don't know. We all pray it does. But we always have to be mindful that if it's not me, pray that my bloodline gets in the land. Think about some of our ancestors that endured the cattle slavery of the being put on those slave ships, and thinking, I pray that my bloodline survives all of this and is able to get back to a place of peace and self-governing. We are a testament to that, of some of those bloodlines that were on those ships. All of us that are alive here today. And the same thing, we have to now pass the baton on as we continue that chain going.
Jehovah spoke with you face to face in the mount, out of the midst of the fire. I stood between Jehovah and you at that time, to declare unto you the word of Jehovah. For ye were afraid because of the fire, and went not up into the mount, saying,
And now we have a reading of the 10 Commandments.
I am Jehovah thy power, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Now remembering, not having any other gods before him, as I said before, not idolizing any aspect of the creation above the Creator.
Thou shalt not make unto thee a graven image, even any manner of likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down unto them, nor serve them. For I, Jehovah thy power, am a jealous power, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, and upon the third and upon the 4th generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto the 1,000th generation of them that love me and keep my commandments.
Amen. So we see here once again that we're being told not to make any statues, images of anything of the like, by the Creator telling us that we are to know him with our heart, soul, and might. We are supposed to use that wisdom that we gain through thinking upon the Creator to have enough common sense to know the Creator isn't this statue. But if I've never taken the time to really think about it and let the Creator into my mind, I might think that that statue is the Creator. I haven't taken the time to really learn anything else, to allow any other thoughts to enter my mind. So by us taking that time, as the Creator commands us, even as we're reminded in the first Psalm, day and night meditation, that the Creator allows himself to be known, so that, like Abraham did during his time, he grew up in a society where everybody believed in an idol, had an idol for every day of the week, every month of the year. And Abraham sat back and said, this doesn't seem like it's the Creator. And started using the understanding he had to start just thinking about it more and more in depth. the Creator met him in his thoughts, in his mind, and allowed that thought to continue to grow to the point Abraham said, I know these statues aren't the Creator. I got to get out of here. And the Creator came and met him, and we know the next part of that story.
Thou shalt not take the name of Yahweh thy power in vain, for Yahweh will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
You know, what this really calls for is a high level of honesty, that people who carry the name of the Creator upon ourselves, that we do not go and lie on somebody, that we do not try to make things seem as though they're not, that actions that we take with the Creator's name upon us, remembering that I would be making the Creator's name vain if I were to do these things. So it causes us to all live at a high level of honesty with one another. You know, it's very easy to, oh, I'm trying to clear my name. I'll let y'all take the fall, but I didn't do it. All these different kind of things. We have to not take the Creator's name in vain, and not joke with the Creator's name. All those many things that have become so common nowadays. You know, just for the sake of respect, I'm not even going to do it. But you know, you all know how people make jokes saying, even if they're not saying the Creator's name, even just saying God, you know, a lot of people in the Christian church, they defile their person's name all day long with different things that they say, you know, but all of those different things of taking the Creator's name in vain.
Observe the Shabbat day to keep it holy.
Now, this is a little bit different from in Exodus 20. In Exodus 20, we are told, Zakor et Yom HaShabbat. Here we are told, Shamor et Yom HaShabbat.
Observe.
So remember, this being one of those words I said that sticks out a great deal throughout this whole portion, because to remember something is more so a mental exercise. To guard something requires action. So by the Creator telling us to guard the Shabbat day is to make sure we set the necessary parameters around it so it does not become defiled. Especially for us now in the lands of our exile, living amongst, you know, various other peoples. We have to guard the things that are sacred to our culture. Otherwise, it will become common. So, Shamor et Yom HaShabbat.
Observe the Shabbat day to keep it holy, as Yahweh thy power commanded thee. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the 7th day is a Shabbat unto Yahweh thy power. In it thou shalt not do any manner of work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thine ox, nor thine ass, nor any of thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates, that thy manservant and thy maidservant may rest as well as thou. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a servant in the land of Egypt, and Yahweh thy power brought thee out thence by a mighty hand and by an outstretched arm. Therefore Yahweh thy power commanded thee to keep the Shabbat day.
Hallelujah. So remembering that in Exodus 20, that the reason that it gives of why we should keep the Shabbat is because of the creation being made in 6 days, and the 7th day being sanctified as the Shabbat day. Here we are being given the reason that remembering that we were slaves in the land of Egypt, and that now we are free to keep the Shabbat day. So what does this remind us? That when we are an autonomous people, we should be living according to our culture. When you're a slave to another people, you have no choice. You have to do what the slave master says. You have to orchestrate yourself according to their times, their seasons, their holidays, all those kind of things. But now when we have freedom to be able to do as the Creator commanded us, we must do so. Have pride of the fact that we can govern ourselves, that the Creator gave us a constitution, and as we're going through the 10 Commandments, this is like our Bill of Rights, right? That we are able to govern ourselves by and have administration and to be an autonomous people. It's been so long since we've been autonomous that we look at the other peoples of the world, what they're doing in this country, that country, and we sometimes forget those little aspects of culture that keep them together that we don't have. We haven't had it for so long, so it's like we don't know any different. But there are certain things that other peoples do that keep them together as a people. And going according to their own times is a part of that.
Honor thy father and thy mother, as Jehovah thy power commanded thee, that thy days may be long, and that it may go well with thee upon the land which Jehovah thy power giveth thee.
Now, remembering that in our honoring of our parents, this is the first image of Elohim that children see. Right? When we're told in the book of Genesis, man and woman in the image of Elohim. So when a child is born, a child is raised, that is the first concept of God that a child has, is their mother and their father, and how they go about dealing with them in that relationship. So if a child does not honor their father and their mother, a lot of times that energy is going to carry over into their relationship with how they relate with the Creator. If you couldn't even respect the father and mother that you were born in with, the image of the Creator that you were given right off, how are you going to respect me? So it's all mirroring itself in that regard. So as children, I know a lot of them are in the other room, but children have to be mindful, honoring, and respecting their parents at all times.
Thou shalt not murder, neither shalt thou commit adultery, neither shalt thou steal, neither shalt thou bear false witness against thy neighbor. And
bearing false witness is, of course, you lying on somebody, you being able to, I'm sorry, I just had another thought come up. Yes, you lying on somebody and not allowing them, the honor of, or the right judgment of whatever it is, the situation, because you're trying to misconstrue how it might look, right? The other ones we know, not murdering somebody. Of course, this is different than killing, right? If a person was out at war, they're in the military, they kill somebody, that doesn't fall under this. This is premeditated, something malicious of you killing somebody, right? Adultery, a man or anybody, a man really sleeping with a woman that is married, all right? Being adultery. Stealing, we all know what that is. Taking something don't belong to you. And using something that doesn't belong to you. All those things that can fall under the realm of stealing, all right? And yes, we have ways to deal with that. Joseph.
Neither shalt thou covet thy neighbor's wife, neither shalt thou desire thy neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maidservant, or his ox, or his ass, or anything that is thy neighbor's.
All right, so we see there to not covet. Coveting is when you desire something that belongs to somebody else. All right, and not that you desire something like it, you desire that pair right there. If I see a nice pair of shoes on one of y'all, I like them shoes. I want them shoes. And no, I'm not asking where you got them because I want that pair on your feet. That's a little different, right? A brother might have a nice wife. Another man like, hey, that's a nice lady, what I mean? I wish I could find a wife like that. That's not coveting, right? I would like a woman like that. No, I want that woman. That's coveting. Very fine line difference between the two. All right. And we have to remember that this shows that, once again, the Creator watches our thoughts, the matters of the heart. Nobody sees when you're coveting. Nobody knows besides the Creator. So how we can either corrupt our mental landscape or keep it pure, a lot of it depends on how we go about dealing with this issue of coveting.
These words Jehovah spoke unto all your assembly in the mount, out of the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness, with a great voice. And it went on no more. And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone, and gave them unto me. And it came to pass, when ye heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, while the mountain did burn with fire, that ye came near unto me, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders, and ye said, Behold, Jehovah our power hath shown us his glory and his greatness. And we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day that Elohim doth speak with man, and he liveth. Now, therefore, why should we die? for this great fire will consume us if we hear the voice of our Elohim anymore. Then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that hath heard the voice of the living power speaking out of the midst of the fire as we have and lived? Go thou near and hear all that Jehovah our powers may say, and thou shalt speak unto us all that Jehovah our power may speak unto thee, and we will hear it and do it.
All right, so we see here that, remember, Moshe is bringing up to speed the younger generation. All right, so him having this conversation with them, how he said, you know, they came near to me, all the heads of your tribes and your elders. So y'all was chaps when this was going on. So I have to fill you all up now, to fill you all into what was going on, now that you all are adults and you are the next generation that's about to go in. So some of them, some of the youth, they might have been thinking, well, we heard the voice at the mountain with everybody else, but why didn't we hear it after that? Because they weren't aware of this conversation. When the elders came together and told Moshe, we don't want to hear that voice again. Right. You hear it and then tell us. All right. So the youth had to be brought up to speed, you know, because some of them might have been like, hey, I wanted to hear that voice again. I don't know why it just turned off, right? Like an off switch. There was a reason behind it. So now you know why.
And Jehovah heard your voice. And Jehovah heard the voice of your words when ye spoke unto me. And Jehovah said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken unto thee. They have well said all that they have spoken.
Right.
Oh, that they had such a heart as this always, to fear me and to keep all my commandments, that it might be well with them and with their children forever.
Hallelujah. So we see this is what the Creator truly desires, is that we would actually have a heart to keep his commandments always, and that we would teach to our children forever. You know, this awe that the Creator desires for us to have, sometimes it's translated as fear, right? And granted, when we think of, like, you know, when people say fear God, like fear, like Michael Myers, I should be scared, running away fear, or like awe, like you just being taken back by just the magnitude of it. That's more so what we're referring to when people say fear God, or in this case, you know, yirah, Yah, is that awe that is upon you. Because when you are in awe of something, it's just like the bliss takes over. What do I need to do to align and be a part of just this beauty that I'm witnessing right now? And so that's the spirit that the Creator desires for us to have at all times. And there's so much out there in creation to be at awe of. But like adults, things become normal and you go on about your day. You know, me learning and experiencing the world again through my daughter's eyes has opened up once again just the beauty of little things in creation. The little blades of grass, the acorns that are at the root of the, you know, at the stump of the tree, all the magnitude of existence and the beauty of everything so small and minute. Always keep that childlike mind when it comes to looking out at creation. It allows you to stay in that state of awe and bliss, and then turn that into how you serve the Creator. Tosif.
Go say to them, return to your tents. But as for thee, stand thou here by me, and I will speak with thee all the commandment, and the statutes, and the ordinances, which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them in the land which I give them to possess it. Ye shall observe to do therefore as Jehovah your power hath commanded you. You shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. You shall walk in all the way which Jehovah your power hath commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days in the land which ye shall possess.
So we are told there once again, ushmartem, to guard them, using that word shamar that's being used all throughout this portion, the application of us taking the understanding of the commandments and then applying it into our day-to-day life. And then we're told once again to not turn to the right or to the left.
This is just another way of saying don't add or take away. He's just saying the same thing, just saying it in another vernacular, right? So that we do not get confused to think that when we come into the land or when we're amongst other peoples, that we're able to just mix and match parts of our culture when we are not allowed to. That was what would lead to the downfall. So in verse 30, Bekol haderek, in all the way which Yah is commanding us. So we can see there, Bekol haderek, in all of the way. Not a little piece like I'll stop eating pork, but I'm still going to eat shrimp. Or I'll keep Shabbat, but I'm not keeping Pesach. Or I'll love my brother, but not love my sister. I'll help out my aunt, but forget that uncle. All of those different things leads to us not keeping it Bekol haderek in all of the way. I forgive him, but I don't forgive her. Holding grudges. All of these things that we don't necessarily think of. You know, it's easy to consider the ritualistic things of the culture, right? Keeping the feast days, keeping Shabbat. Things that don't require me to have to humble myself in front of somebody I have an issue with. That's where it really counts. That's when you're actually Bekol haderek in all the way. When you're able to be humble with your brother and your sister. Have those tough conversations. Have the conflict resolution in love and in kindness. Being willing to forgive them as quickly as you would want them to forgive you. Because we all fall short. If anybody's without a mistake or sin, please raise your hand. So in the same way that you would want them to be with you, that is what we are to do with them. And that is how we collectively Bekol haderek, walking all the way. Tosif, as we move into the 6th chapter.
Now this is the commandment, the statutes and the ordinances which Yehovah your power commanded to teach you, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go over to possess it, that thou mightest fear Yehovah thy power, to keep all his statutes and his commandments which I command thee, thou and thy son's son, all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged.
Now, what I found quite interesting about the end of that 2nd verse is that it's using the same words, that's the same wording that's used in the 10 Commandments when we're talking about honoring your father and your mother, so that your days may be long and prolonged upon the earth. So we're being shown here in a way to remember that the Creator is like unto us as a father. And so we are to honor the Creator at that same level, especially if we desire for our days to be lengthened.
Hear therefore,
Shema,
O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with thee, and that ye may increase mightily as Yehovah, the power of thy fathers, had promised unto thee, a land flowing with milk and honey.
All right, and now we have the reading of our Pledge of Allegiance.
Hear, O Israel, Yehovah, our power, Yehovah is one.
Amen.
And thou shalt love Yehovah thy power with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be upon thy heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy hand, and they shall be for frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thy house, and upon thy gates.
Amen. So, as was just read to us, Hallelujah was in essence like our Pledge of Allegiance, right? And the reason why I say that, you know, all nations have some form of a pledge of like speaking about the great principles that their society stands by. So as we start off, Shema Yisrael, Yehovah Eloheinu, Yehovah Echad. And if we were to look at this verse in the Hebrew, and I'm not sure if they do it in this online version, but Kane, but if you were to look at this in any of your Tanakhs or any scroll, the Ayin at the end of Shema would be enlarged. and then the dalet at the end of echad would be enlarged. So that those two letters, when you put it together, is aid, which is witness. All right. And we, as the children of Israel, are to be the Creator's witnesses to the oneness of his existence. And that is why this is the basic tenet of our faith. This is something, honestly, I would suggest, if you do not say the Shema day by day, at least once a day, this is something good to add into your prayers or verses that you read daily, is this Shema, Deuteronomy chapter 6, 4 through 9. Very, very powerful, to the point where you can memorize it and this be a part of your daily routine. Because in the Shema, what else does it tell us? Ushnantam, that we should by rote memorize and teach it to the children so that they know it by rote and that they memorize it. All right, because the fact that we are being told here to talk about it when we go out, come in, all of the many aspects of how we go about the day is how we keep a Torah alive in the sense of understanding how it applies in our day-to-day. I mean, the beauty, you'd be surprised the beauty that comes out of conversations, the wisdom that comes out of conversations when we talk about a regular day situation that's happening and then, okay, how does Torah apply to that? It could be as simple as something going on between two celebrities and whatever else, right? We all familiar with those different things, how it's tossed in our face. We talk about different things in the what's going on portion, money found in the couch, somebody getting up, slapping somebody else in front of the world. All of those different things that we could think of. Okay, well, how does Torah apply to that? How can we put that through the lens of Torah to make sense of what we're seeing in our day-to-day happenings? That is a part of what we're commanded to do. It increases our wisdom, the insight that comes out of those conversations that wouldn't be so if you weren't talking about it. I'm sure everybody can attest to having a new thought or insight come up in their mind in the midst of conversation that they never thought of beforehand about that topic beforehand. Conversation brings things out, and you have to be able to sit down and talk about it. And that's a part of what we're being commanded here to do. Hold on. Yes. So, just questions that we should ask ourselves is, do we run our acceptance of cultural trends through the Torah? Or do we accept them first and then put the Torah to the side? A lot of different things that in society now is just made to seem like, oh, it's okay, there's no problem in it. And a lot of times we accept it subconsciously in our own way. Do we take the time to consider, where does this line up with the culture that the Creator gave my ancestors? Am I supposed to have anything to do with this? Can I use a little bit of it, or does all of it need to be tossed into the ashpa? We have to have those conversations because they are out to get our people. If not us, they'll come for the next generation, for the children, through their entertainment, through education in their schools. They have their ways of how to get us. Oh, you too old. I ain't worried about you. They worried about the ones just came into the world. That is why we have to have those times. You sitting down with your children, having conversations about how their day was, if they're going to school, how was school? What did their peers do that might not have sat well with them, helping them process through all those things? That's important, an important part of this whole process. If we don't take time for it, you'll realize that they are children that are mine, but mentally, they are of the world. And that is a place that no parent wants to be, where physically that's your child, but mentally you don't know who they are. So we have what's in place of what we are to do to prevent that. Let's do that and have those conversations. Now, I know there was a lot spoken about in this Shema. I just wanted to cover. So something else that, of course, is said about binding it on our arm as a frontlet between our eyes. Can you go to Proverbs chapter 3, verse 3, please?
Chapter 3, verse 3.
Okay.
Let not kindness and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart.
Amen.
So shalt thou find grace and good favor in the sight of Elohim and man.
So we see here that in our Shema, how we are being told to bind this as a sign upon our hand and as a frontlet between our eyes, that the sign on our hand is the actions in which we take. Our hand is what we do a lot of actions and doings without in the world. So the fact that it's to be bound on our hand, actions that we do are supposed to be in a Torah-centered nature so that people can see, yes, that's somebody who keeps Torah by the actions you do as it's bound on your hand in a sense. The thinking of the frontlet between your eyes is you having righteous thoughts, a righteous mind that is grounded in Torah. Now, granted, we do know our Jewish brothers and sisters have taken this part of the law and made, you know, how they have the box that they put on their head and on their arm, and some of their rituals that they have made to try to make sense of what's being spoken about here. But even let's think about that. I could rap tefillin every day of my life, but if I still don't have righteous thoughts and I still don't go about with righteous actions, then what good is it? So it always comes back to what you do. And I would argue a lot of times what you do when you're not on the prayer rug. That's where it really counts. We can all make ourselves sound so majestic when we on our knees praying to the Creator. The Creator's watching. All right, you got up. All right, now I'm watching. All right, and now the last part of that Shema where it's saying, and you shall write them upon the doorposts of your house and on your gates. Adorn the culture proudly. Don't be fearful and tuck it in. You know, wear your tzitzit out. Don't tuck them into your pants. Take them out, put them in your purse. No, wear them proudly. And whether it's you putting the mezuzah or the zikaron on your door, the clothing that you go about wearing when you go out to and fro, do it proudly. You see all these East Indians moving into this area? They walk out their house in their culture. They don't care. They're getting it. They keep their culture wherever they go. My next door neighbor's East Indian. They walk all the time, just like they would do in India. They walk in, they got their culture. They don't care about, those people. They don't care. They love themselves. They love their culture. It's not somebody looked at me funny. Let me tuck in my zits. No, that should not be our thought. Be proud to be an Israelite. Proud to take this Torah as the helm of our culture. Don't let the nations cause us to be fearful about that. They want us to because they know the power if we stand in it. Tosif.
And it shall be, when Jehovah thy Elohim shall bring thee into the land which he swore unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities which thou didst not build, and houses full of good things which thou didst not fill, and cisterns hewn out which thou didst not hew, vineyards and olive trees which thou didst not plant, and thou shalt eat and be satisfied. Then beware, lest thou forget Jehovah, who brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt fear Jehovah thy power, and him shalt thou serve, and his name shalt thou swear.
So we see that we're being reminded once again that when we come into the land, to not forget about the Creator and everything that he's done for us. We're being told, he shamer once again. And just for sake of wanting to bring the point out a little more, can you go to Proverbs chapter 24, verse 6? Because when we get comfortable, it's very easy to become complacent and to start to backslide, but we have to be able to put things in place of self-discipline. Every time shamar was mentioned throughout this portion, to a certain degree, it's referring to us having some self-discipline. So could you read that one for us?
For with wise advice thou shalt make thy war, And in the multitude of counselors there is victory.
So just looking at that verse there in the Hebrew, ki betak bulot ta'ase lecha milkama. Wait, ta'ase, you shall do, lecha, to you. I'm making war on myself? What does that mean? You putting things in your life that help you discipline self. That is in essence like you're waging war on yourself. Trust me, if you're aware of the thoughts going through your mind, you know it's a battle. Every day you waking up, drawing your sword, shield out. I'm going to war in my head to keep myself in a righteous frame of mind, day in and day out. And that is what we are being called to do in the portion and all of the many things that we do not forget Yah's oneness, our portion of what we're to do, and to keep ourselves disciplined on this path. Yeah, let's go back to the portion you're in, verse 13.
14.
14.
You shall not go after other gods of the people that are round about you, for a jealous power, even Jehovah thy power, is in the midst of thee. Lest the anger of Jehovah thy power be kindled against thee, and he destroyed thee from off the face of the earth. You shall not try Jehovah your power as ye tried him in Massah. Ye shall diligently keep the commandments of Jehovah your power, and his testimonies, and his statutes, and which he hath commanded thee.
Now, remembering Massah, that is where we had the bitter waters, and unfortunately our ancestors asked, is the Creator among us or not? I mean, the blasphemy of our ancestors asking that question with everything that they saw and experienced, you know, but that is what happened at Massah. So we're being once again told to guard ourselves and to be careful not to fall into that pitfall.
And thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of Yah, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest go in and possess the good land which Jehovah swore to thy fathers, to thrust out all thine enemies from before thee, as Jehovah hath spoken.
That is the only way that we're going to inhabit the land and that the Creator is going to fight our battles for us, is if we be Torah-abiding people, because the only way he's going to trust us to establish his law before we get there is if we keep it prior. He's not going to just open up the gates, let us go, and then hope and bet that, well, maybe they'll establish the Torah. That's what's going on right now in the land of Israel.
Right.
The Israelis, they were given the land through, you know, nefarious means. And through them being there, they didn't establish Torah. They established their own law. And we see how that's leading the state of Israel at this time. So when it becomes our turn, the Creator has to see we're keeping Torah in the exile, the lands of our captivity, so that now the Creator can trust us. All right, I'll give them the thumbs up, the go ahead to go in and establish the law in the land as the Constitution, the highest law, knowing that we've been doing it all the way leading up to that.
When thy son asketh thee in time to come, saying, what mean the testimonies and the statutes and the ordinances which Jehovah our power hath commanded you? Then thou shalt say unto thy son, we were Pharaoh's bondmen in Egypt, and Jehovah brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. And Jehovah showed signs and wonders great and sore upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh and upon his house before our eyes. And he brought us out from thence, that he might bring us in to give us the land which he swore unto our fathers. And Jehovah commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Jehovah our power for our good always, that he might preserve us alive as it is this day.
You know, Torah really makes passing down this culture easy. It literally just spelled it out for us. What are you going to do when the generation coming up asks you these questions? Literally telling you exactly what you need to say. So there is no reason why the Torah should stop in one generation. The passing of the baton should always continue to go from one to the next into eternity, because that is what the Creator desires to inhabit the earth, is the Torah.
And it shall be righteousness unto us if we observe to do all this commandment before Jehovah our power, as he hath commanded us.
All of the commandments is what shall be counted to us as righteous. Not picking and choosing, not going to the left sometimes, the right sometimes, adding sometimes, taking away sometimes, exactly as it is, and us keeping the fullness of it, that shall be our righteousness. And as the proverb says, righteousness exalts a nation, and sin is a reproach to any people. So we do sin when we cut corners. Let's not cut corners anymore. You have an issue with that brother, that sister, pull them to the side and have a conversation. Don't let it continue to build and build, go into the next generation and continue into y'all kids. Stop it right then. From one community to the next, having conversations, building those bridges, all those different things that we have to do to actually be counted as righteous. Otherwise, we play in church. We play in spirituality. And yeah, we not serious. It's just religion, right? It's not culture. There's a very big difference between just religion. You know, Christians really good at practicing religion. You know, they wake up, they go to church for their hour and a half, 2 hour service. Yeah, I did my religion, and now I'm back on football game. Boom. Are we like that too? I mean, I know sometimes we want to think we better because we can put 24 hours to the side instead of just 2, but what about the other 6 days of the week? What are we doing as a nation outside of just Shabbat? Do we do things to keep this culture alive and relevant for the children, for the youth? Doing things to keep them amongst each other. I'm saddened to see that the summer camp is over. I loved being here with every last one of y'all. I really did. Yeah, some of them thinking about my coat I gave out. But ultimately, to be able to do things to keep them amongst each other, keep the culture strong. The bonds that they're making now is what's going to carry over in the next 30, 40 years. So we have to be able to do these things throughout the week. One day isn't enough. It has to be a day-by-day thing. You know, I really wish that we could create those avenues where people feel comfortable addressing grievances. And we have them, but at the same time, people might not be ready to open up to that level yet. But we have to have a coming to the table moment where you have an issue, let's sit down, mediator, talk it out, move forward. Letting it fester does none of us any good, and it is the sin that is holding us back from being exalted as a people. Okay, we have to make war with ourselves. You think it's easy forcing yourself to be humble to have to come sit down with somebody that you want to get physical with? That's making war with yourself so that you can be in the place to be able to do that. But that is what we are all tasked to do. Envy with one another is holding us back. Us wanting somebody else's portion in life. We want more. Until I get more in my portion, I'm not going to appreciate what I have. All of these different things that people use to hold themselves back, that prevents us from walking in that righteous energy. So let us just continue to think about these things, make war with ourselves, guard ourselves, so that we can be the nation that Yah called us to be. And even as we move into chapter 7, last 11 verses.
When Yehovah thy power shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and shall cast out many nations before thee, the Hittite and the Girgashite, and the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. And when Jehovah thy power shall deliver them up before thee, and thou shalt smite them, then thou shalt utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them.
So one thing that we have to remember is that there are certain cultures or certain lifestyles that are against the creative design. And those things the Creator has no mercy towards, and he wants them removed. It is against the whole creative process. One of the most obvious that we can all think of, right, is the rainbow community, right? The most obvious of many, but there's plenty of other examples. But how the lifestyle that they live is at odds with creation. So when you have people that do things that are at odds with creation, creation corrects itself and moves you out the way. So what do you think the Creator is doing when you're prideful, arrogant, hating on your brother and sister? The Creator's looking at you, giving you an opportunity, but the Creator could easily move you out the way too. Because it's easy to say, oh, the rainbow community, they're way off. That's an abomination. Well, guess what? You hating your brother in your heart is an abomination. So what's so different about that? You being envious of your sister, that's an abomination. What's so different about that? Oh, because I keep Shabbat and, I'm heterosexual, I'm good. No. I'm telling you, this is a lot deeper than we actually take it for at times. We have to embody this in the energy that it's being given by the Creator. Tosi.
And when Yahweh thy power shall deliver them up before thee, and thou shalt smite them, then thou shalt utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. For he will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of Yahweh be kindled against you, and he will destroy thee quickly.
All right. So we see here that we're being given that command to not intermingle with certain peoples. Granted, it is speaking about the 7 nations, but at the same token, we should take that wisdom to know that we might not want to mix with a lot of people. I mean, it's really best if we stay amongst our own. The Midianites weren't one of these 7 nations, but we see how that went. Right? So in those situations in life, you might have that good friend at school that's a Christian, that's a Muslim. Oh, well, she's kind of cute. Oh, he's kind of handsome. But just remember, there should be a certain level of infatuation you allow your mind to go with that person. Because if you're really serious about it, it's going to create the issue that we're talking about here. It could even be 2 African Americans, but 2 different faiths. I mean, hey, I can find an African American Muslim out here real quick. But does that mean that... But does that mean that trying to mesh different theological understandings is a good idea? No, it's not. I have seen it happen so many times where you'll have one parent who's a Christian, one parent who's a Muslim. The child comes out borderline atheist. Like, because if my parents couldn't even be on one accord about the understanding of the Creator, I'm so confused, I don't know what to do. Oh, well, forget all of this. And then they the most secular people of it all. That is what we are supposed to protect ourselves from. So in order to do that, it's best if we marry amongst our own people, those of the same understanding. That creates the most power that we can have going into the next generation. Dor, ledor, wador. So always be mindful of that, because mate selection is a big part of the culture being passed on. So this is a very important conversation with that. Tosi.
But thus shalt thou deal with them. You shall break down their altars, and dash in pieces their pillars, and hew down their Asherim, and burn their graven images with fire.
So what I think about when we're being told here to destroy the images, the pillars, and all these things is the way that other cultures define things. Every culture has a certain way of how they define how a family is supposed to be built, define how children are supposed to be raised, define how, what is considered a holy day. You have all these different ways of how we define things as a people. As Israelites, we have our own definitions. So the Creator is tasking us to insert our definition in the conversation. Don't just take word of what everybody else is saying, how they frame stuff, the lifestyle they're pushing, and say, oh, well, y'all got more people, we're only a few in number. y'all got the masses, okay, we'll just go along with what y'all doing. No, we have to stick by our definitions and destroy theirs, because their definitions are not in line with Yah's will, the Torah, and the image that he has for us as the Hebrew people.
For thou art a holy people unto Yehovah thy power.
Amen.
Yehovah thy Elohim hath chosen thee to be his own treasure out of all the peoples that are upon the face of the earth. Yehovah did not set his love upon you, nor chose you because ye were more in number than any people, for ye were the fewest of all peoples. But because Yehovah loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he swore unto your fathers, hath Yehovah brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Know therefore that Yehovah thy power, he is Elohim, the faithful power, who keepeth covenant and mercy with them that love him and keep his commandments to the 1,000th generation, and repayeth them that hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not be slack to him that hateth him, he will repay him to his face. Thou shalt therefore keep the commandments and the statutes and the ordinances which I command thee this day, and to do them.
Hallelujah. So we're being told once again of the reminders that Yah is the creator. We are to guard ourselves in how we go about keeping this understanding in the forefront of our minds and our hearts. And also we have to remember that the creator will remove things that are outside of his blueprint. All right. And that, you know, as people that have been given the understanding from the creator, we are better to swim with the tide of existence than to try to swim against it. You know, a lot of times we might try to change things that are just unchangeable. This society is trying to have us change how we look at what a man is and what a woman is. Like literally the very foundation of who we are as human beings, they're trying to change how we look at that whole conversation. They are swimming against the tide of creation. So we already know what their end is going to be. We have to swim with the current, stay in alignment with Yah's law, with the wisdom he's given us, and just praise Yah with all of our heart, soul, and might. Guard yourselves. Discipline ourselves. Don't look at discipline as something that is evil or malicious. As a child, I mean, it's, you know, a lot of times they're going to look at it that way. But as you get older, if you don't discipline yourself, the Creator has a way of putting discipline upon you. You know, there's a term in Proverbs that says Musar Ra, bad discipline. And in the proverb that it's being mentioned, it refers to it coming upon the person because of their own bad actions. So we can either choose to discipline ourselves, guard ourselves, and to keep this law with all of our heart, soul, and might, or we could ignore it and let the discipline still come and correct us to bring us back to center. Yah is one. He desires for us to be one, and we must love our brother and our sister with all of our heart, soul, and might, as we are to love Yah with all of our heart, soul, and might. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Let's stand, even facing the Mizraka, where I will say the priestly benediction. It's not I that have the power to bless, but it is Yah Yisrael who blesses all of us.
Yivarekka Yehoah wa yishmareka. Ya'er Yehoah panau elecha vekunecha. Yisa Yehoah panau elecha wa yasim lecha shalom. Yehoah bless thee and keep thee. Yehoah cause his face to shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. Yehoah lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. Hallelujah. Yakai.
Selah. At this time, we will be breaking for lunch, Arukhat Zohoraim, and we will be coming back at 6 o'clock.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Shabbat Shalom Lakem. Shabbat Shalom to our family online. My name is Cohane Shetmeyah ben Levi ben Yisrael, and I am here to even open up the second half of the Holy Shabbat day. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahuwah. Glorify his name even on the Holy Shabbat day. We say, blessed be Yah's name. Hallelujah. I hope everyone is having a beautiful Shabbat day. I hope that you had some good food and good drinks. I hope that the Most High God is continuing to bless you, and may even those blessings even pour out even amongst us, even in the week to come, and may Yah continue to have his name glorified. Hallelujah. We had another guest visitor that just dropped in literally, but we'll take care of that. At this time, let us sing the song of thy wondrous works we'll tell. Let us even lift up our voices even at this time. Let young and old praise him together, even on this his holy Shabbat day. The heavens declare it, the glory is on, the earth and its beauty shows honor divine. Come on, Israel. Our Yah, the creator of everything. To thee we lift up our voices and we'll sing, sing of the might of Yah, Yah of Abraham, Yitzchak, Jah, the Yah of Israel. He maketh dark and light, war and calm. Of thy wondrous work we'll tell, and when we do falter, we'll cry unto thee. For lo, when thou hearest, thy mercies will sing. Thou sendest thine angel to show us the way. To thee we send our praises and we'll pray. Sing of the might of the Yah, Yah of Abraham. Yitzchak, Jah, the Yah of Israel. He maketh darkness light, war and calm. Of thy wondrous works we'll tell. Sing of the might of the Yah, Yah of Abraham, Yitzchak, Jah, the Yah of Israel. He maketh darkness light, war and calm. Of thy wondrous work we'll tell.
Hallelujah. 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 תודה לך אלוהים ליום היפה, יום השבת, יום הקודש המבורך הזה. We give you thanks, O Yah, for this holy and sanctified and blessed day of Shabbat. In these final hours, we give you thanks also for our peace and safety in the lands that we have been scattered. And we thank you for all of our family who are also worshiping with us around the nation and around the hemisphere. May it be your will that you continue to guide us and allow us to learn and even enjoy your presence and the warmth of our friends and families as we close out with this evening service. Please bless those who can cite Psalms before your congregation, and even those who have words of encouragement and news and ways of bringing forth prophecy to us, O Yah. And even accept the words of our prayers that were for those who are mourning, those who are sick, and those who are recovering, O Yah. We thank you also for those who have celebrated their birthdays today, and those who even are newborns who are now walking and learning to talk even on this day, a year or two later. Blessed is your name forever and ever as we say, Hallelujah, 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 Selah.
O Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah. O Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Eloheinu Yahovah Echad. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Mahu Tole Olam, Mahu Tole Olam, Mahu Tole Olam. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Mahu Tole Olam, Leolam Waed. O Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah, Yahovah Eloheinu, O Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Eloheinu Yahovah Echad. Mahu Tole Olam, Mahu Tole Olam, Mahu Tole Olam, O Baruch Shem Kevod, Mahu Tole Olam, Leolam Waed. O Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu, O Shema Yisrael, Eloheinu, Eloheinu, Yahovah Echad. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Mahu Tole Olam, Mahu Tole Olam, Mahu Tole Olam. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Mahu Tole Olam, Leolam Waed. En Elohe, Ein Elohe Kemo Yahovah, Melech HaGadol Leolam, Oser HaKivarim Nefesh. Ein Elohe O Yahovah, Melech HaGadol Leolam, Oser HaKivarim Nefesh. Yomeko Yisraelam. Bangli. There is no God like Yahovah. Always doing wondrous things. Let all Israel say amen. There is no God like Yahovah, great King of the universe. Only do it wondrous things. Let all Israel. Hallelujah. 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 Jehovah Melech HaOlam, Jehovah Melech HaOlam, Jehovah Melech HaOlam, Jehovah Melech HaOlam. Tikwabel tefilotenu, Tikwabel tefilotenu, Tikwabel tefilotenu, Tikwabel tefilotenu. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Y'all kind, y'all kind, y'all kind. Please be seated. At this time, we would like to go into our psalm service. Those psalms being the 79th Psalm, the 121st, the 124th Psalm, and we conclude with the 148th Psalm. And on this Holy Shabbat day, we would like to start out with even one of our Bechorim that are in the house, Bechorim, with the 79th Psalm, Bechor Elimelech ben Moreh Arania ben Levi. Let us welcome him even at this time. Hallelujah.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lakah. You
I'd
stand
like
in
to
the
give
center.
all honor and praise to the Most
go.
High for my life, the life of everyone here. I'm going to say the 79th Psalm. O Yah, the heathen are come in thine inheritance. They have defiled thy holy temple. They have made Jerusalem into heaps.
They have given the dead bodies of thy servants to be food unto the fowls of the heaven, the flesh of thy holy ones unto the beasts of the earth.
They have shed their blood like water round about Jerusalem, with none to bury them.
We are become a taunt to our neighbors, a scorn and derision to them that are round about us.
How long, O Yahweh, wilt thou be angry forever? How long wilt thou thy jealousy burn like fire?
Pour out thy wrath upon the nations that know thee not, and upon the kingdoms that call not upon thy name.
They have devoured Yaakov and laid waste his habitation.
Remember not against us the iniquities of our forefathers. Let thy compassion speedily come to meet us, for we are brought very low.
Help us, O Yah, of our salvation, for the sake of the glory of thy name, and deliver us and forgive our sins for thy name's sake.
Wherefore should the nations say, where is their power? Let the avenging of thy servants' blood that is shed be made known among the nations in our sight.
Let the groaning of the prisoner come before thee, according to the greatness of thy power, set free those that are appointed to death.
And render unto our neighbors sevenfold into their bosom their reproach, wherewith they have reproached thee, O Yah.
So we that are thy people in the flock of thy pasture will give thee thanks forever. We will tell of thy praise to all generations.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lakah. Womp womp. At this time, we're going to continue on in praising the Most High. Torah Elimelech, I appreciate you. Even with the 121st Psalm, let us even welcome, she just had a Yom Huledet this week, Ima Chasquia. She's online, hallelujah, one of our elders in the nation of Israel.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Ima.
First, giving all praises and glory to the Most High. I will read the 121st Psalm.
Okay, you can read it straight through, Ima.
Okay. I will lift up mine eyes into the mountains. From whence shall my help come? My help comes from Yahweh, who made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel does neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall keep thee from all evil. He shall keep thy soul. Yahweh shall guard thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and forever. Hallelujah.
Amen.
I want to thank the Most High for his for his goodness and his mercy, for my life and for all of your lives. I also want to thank the Creator for blessing me with another cycle around the sun, as yesterday was my birthday.
Amen.
All praises, honor, and glory belong to our holy power. Torah for the opportunity to read for y'all. Shalom.
Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. We continue with the 124th Psalm. Let us welcome one of our Bakarot in the room, even Bakora Kaviva. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. La.
If it not had been Yahweh who was for us, let Israel not say.
If it had not been Yahweh who was for us, when men rose up against us,
Then they had swallowed us up alive when their wrath was kindled against us.
then the waters had overwhelmed us, the stream had gone over our soul.
Then the proud waters have gone over our soul.
Blessed be Yahweh, who have not given us as a prey to their teeth.
Our soul is escaped out of a bird of the snare of the fowlers. The snare is broken and we are escaped.
Our help is in the name of Yahweh, who made heaven and earth. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
I just like to say thank you to the Most High for allowing me to see all of my beautiful queens today.
Hallelujah. Did she say queens? No kings? You know what? I take Ellie Melech. I'll take that womp womp back, and I'm just going to transfer it over to her. Womp womp. Hallelujah. Well, it's good to have that sisterhood power. Hallelujah. Last but certainly not least, well, I'm glad to see y'all kings. All right? All right. Let us welcome even Moreh Natanyahu. He's online. Let us welcome him even at this time. Hallelujah. Moreh? We can hear you. We can hear the background at least. He's on mute. You gotta. Oh, he's unmuted. Okay. Moreh Natanyahu? Moreh Natanyahu? You see him?
Shalom.
Hey, shalom, Moreh. We can hear you.
I didn't know you wanted me to read. I didn't even pull it up. I've been.
I didn't know either. I just was given the card, Moreh. Can't blame it on me this time.
Let me get my Tanakh.
Hallelujah.
Cut the light on. I just got my eyes fixed. But yeah. Sorry, they're having a block party on the block. I can't help that.
No, I hear you, boy.
I say, Torah Yehovah.
You living in Brooklyn, Moreh. We know that. Time of the year.
Torah Yehovah for my life and for Israelites all over the world. Torah Yehovah for their lives.
Amen.
And I do believe in the Most High God. And I pray that all of us is not for show, that we all believe in the Most High God. Okay. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Praise Jehovah from the heights, from the heavens. Praise him in the heights. Praise him, all his angels. Praise him, all ye stars of light. Somebody move that up because I didn't got my Tanakh. Okay. Praise him, ye heavens of the heavens, and ye waters that are above the heavens. Let them praise the name of Jehovah, for he commanded, and they were created. He has also established them forever and ever. He hath made this decree, which shall not be transgressed. Praise Jehovah from the earth, ye sea monsters, and all depths, fire and hell, snow and vapor, stormy winds fulfilling his word, mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and cedars, beasts and all cattle, creeping things and winged fowl, kings of the earth and all people, princes and all judges of the earth, both young men and maidens, old men and children. Let them praise the name of Jehovah, for his name alone is exalted. His glory is above the earth and the heaven, and he has lifted up a horn for his people, a praise for all his saints, even for the children of Israel, a people near unto him. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I said, Torah Yehovah, because he gave me my sight. When I was in the hospital, my sight had went some where I couldn't see. And then when I got out, the doctor told me that he could fix that. And you know, the Most High put his spirit in the doctors when they do all this stuff. It's not them that do it. It's still the Most High that's doing it, giving them the knowledge and stuff and giving you the strength to go and get it done. But I thank the Most High for all and everything. And I appreciate everything and all the people who pray for me to get well. And I'm getting stronger and stronger every day. And when I get strong enough, I'm going to come down there and see y'all, because I haven't got a hug from none of y'all in a minute.
Man,
So that Yehovah for the Shabbat day. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. All praises and all honor to the Holy One of Israel. Torah, Moreh, Naaman. Most High is great. I want to thank Yah for all of the psalmists this day. And may the Holy One of Israel bless those that would like to read the Psalms in the near future, even with the Spirit to do so. At this time, we are going to sing a song, and then we're going to go into our afternoon segments that we have for you, hoping and praying that you will enjoy them. But let us stand before Yah and let us sing a song. We're going to start out with Nodab Yehuda Elohim. Anytime we have a full house of sisters, queens, as it was stated earlier. So queens, show us what you got. Brothers, don't let me down, kings. Noda beYahura Elohim, beYisrael Gadosh Shemo, Wahi beshalom Suko, Umaunato beZion. Kings. Noda beYahura Elohim, beYisrael Gadosh Shemo, Wahi beshalom Suko, Umaunato beZion. Come on, queens. Everyone, Noda beYahura Elohim, beYisrael Gadosh Shemo, Wahi beshalom Suko, Umaunato beZion. One more time. Noda beYahura Elohim, beYisrael Gadosh Shemo, Wahi beshalom Suko, Umaunato beZion. One more time. Noda beYahura Elohim, beYisrael Gadosh Shemo, Wahi beshalom Suko, Umaunato beZion, Umaunato beZion, Umaunato beZion, Umaunato beZion, Umaunato beZion. Not yet. Kwadosha, 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 Yahuwah. Kwadosha, 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 Yahuwah. Yah Ele, Yah Ele, Hallelujah, 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 Yahuwah, Hallelujah, 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 Yahuwah, Yah Ele, ya 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 Ele, Todaya, 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 Yahuwah, Todaya, 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 Yahuwah, Yah Ele, Yah Ele, Rakumya, 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 Yahuwah, Rakumya, 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 Yahuwah, Yah Ele, Yah Ele. Come on. Hallelujah! 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 Yakan! 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 Come! Reshit Kakma Yerat Yahuwah Reshit Kakma Yerat Yahuwah Leolam Wa'ed Leolam Wa'ed Leolam Wa'ed Leolam Wa'ed Leolam Wa'ed Leolam Wa'ed Reshit. I can't hear you, brothers and sisters. Come on. Yera Yahuwah Reshit Kakma Yera Yahuwah Leolam Wa'ed Leolam Wa'ed Leolam Wa'ed Leolam Wa'ed Leolam Wa'ed Wa'ed Reshit, Reshit, Reshit Chachma Yira Yahuwah Reshit Chachma Yirat Yahovah. Reshit Chachma Yirat Yahovah. Reshit Chachma Yirat Yahovah. Hallelujah. All right, just give you a little smidgen. Hopefully, if we have time, we can do it up and go through our regular praise session and end out the Holy Shabbat day. But at this time, let us welcome Moreh Shemuel, who will bring to us the first segment of the afternoon. Hallelujah! 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 Y'all can. Y'all can. Y'all can.
Do the news and then any questions from you. Okay. Shabbat Shalom Lakem, Shavu Vakusha. How's everyone feeling? I pray that you get what you came for, that spiritual rejuvenation. Of course, thanking the Holy One of Israel for another beautiful Holy Shabbat day.
This is HNN.
Torah. In tonight's news, this disgraced former leader of the country was raided by the FBI. We also have the case of a famous or infamous author being stabbed. We're going to look into a study done by the Yale University of how our young males are automatically seen as being bad behaved. We're going to also examine 2 car accidents that both ended in fires. There was an explosion in a home. There was a fight in the waiting area of Spirit Airlines. And also we're going to look at the situation of monkeypox. Okay, so to begin, the first item, we have Associated Press explains FBI searches Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. Do you have that slide, Bavakusha? Okay, so that's the first item. Persons that are following the news will be aware of it or not. I'll have my legal correspondent give us some insight into the situation. Let's welcome Sarah Ron Vakusha. Hallelujah.
Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shabbat Shalom.
All praise, honor, glory to Yah Yisrael. Shalom to the family online. After that great introduction with all of that stuff, I don't know why you need little old me to help you give the news. However, I have been watching, and so this can be pretty lengthy, so I'm going to just keep it brief. So they were trying, the FBI was trying to get some documents back from you know who, and they've been in touch with them all week and actually for a couple of months now, trying to get these secret documents, how should I say, confidential documents, top secret documents, and he kept saying that. So they let them in, they checked the place out, they realized that they weren't telling them everything they needed to know, they weren't providing all the documents. So they had to go to a judge and get a search warrant to get into the house in Mar-a-Lago to find the documents. Sure enough, they went into the storage areas and they found the documents. Highly classified documents were found. And then, because first of all, nobody ever knows when people do those, when the government does these types of searches. But Trump put it out there that his place got raided, blah, blah, blah. So once he made it public, of course, all of his Trumpers jumped on board and decided to make it look like the government was, targeting him, and it's a Democrat thing and all of that. So, so then they said, well, okay, so if you want us to, we can go ahead and release the warrant and what's in it. And so he said, go ahead and release it, which is hardly ever done. And once they released it and they found that all of these documents in there, then his group and all of his people, who Republicans and what have you, decided to say, oh, the documents were planted in there by the FBI. And so they switched it. They totally flipped the script and tried to make it look like, okay, well, how did they get there? It's a conspiracy against them and the whole nine. So pay attention. It's a bunch of nonsense.
Before you go,
Question?
is it normal for a president to take documents with him after?
Of course not. They're not. Everything that, even the little scratch pads that they write on, is government property. They're not supposed to take anything that while they're in office. So in his capacity as president, it's not personal. None of those documents are personal. They're government property. And he took a lot of stuff. He took highly classified information on the president of France, all of this stuff. And they said anybody could see these documents and the information would get out, and they're highly classified. So he thinks he could do anything. And then he said, oh, this was the next thing. After they said all of these documents were classified, he says, oh, I declassified them. So yeah, like declassified, all of a sudden they were declassified. You can't do it like that. There's a process and what have you. He didn't go through any of that. He just waved the magic wand and declassified the documents and took them home.
Wow.
Well, he didn't declassify them until he got caught. But he said he declassified them before he left office.
Okay.
Is that complicated enough for you? Okay, so then I'll sit down.
Yeah, America is now a third world country from that kind of situation. All right, the next item on our news. There was a stabbing this week in New York, I think it was. There was an author that was doing a presentation. His name is Salman Rushdie, and he was stabbed while doing a presentation. He was stabbed in the on his arm and in his abdomen. The news says that he might lose that eye. His attacker, I cannot remember his name. The next slide will show you the face of the attacker. That's the face of the attacker. So, who is Salman Rushdie? Why would someone attack an author? In Islam, they say that the pen is mightier than the sword. So, he's an author, and I'm going to ask my next correspondent, Misharaite to give us an idea, the background of who this man is, and why would they want to attack him like that. Torah.
A little technical difficulty here with the camera, but Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
So this is just briefly a fatwa. Fatwa is a ruling from an Islamic court, and Ayatollah Khomeini, way back in the 80s, proclaimed, who's the head of Iran, which is an Islamic state where it's a clergyman who's at the top of everything. Forget the president, forget their Congress or whatever. That's how Iran is run to this day. Salman Rushdie wrote a fictional book, and if you're not Muslim, I was trying hard to kind of understand what the issue is. It's very slight things, like the book was called Satanic Verses, and it says that in this fictional story, Muhammad might have been inspired by Satan for a few of his own verses of the Quran, right? Like okay, if you don't like it, then don't buy the book, that kind of thing. That's pretty much how we're used to it. Well, Iran's leader said, it is praiseworthy whoever murders this man, because that will teach you not to criticize the Prophet of Islam.
So, what was in the book?
Things like, okay, a demon was named Aisha. Aisha, the popular name, is one of the wives of Muhammad. Again, small little things. It's a fictional book. He was living in London, right? People filled the streets the way they do in Iran, you know, thousands of people denouncing, like personally offended by this, and they raised money so that by today it's over $3.5 million on his head that Iran will pay whoever will kill him. And that was from the 80s. So you would think that would have been long forgotten. He's in Chautauqua, which is like West New York State, giving a talk yesterday. Somebody runs up, stabs him in the eye, the throat, abdomen. He's flown. He's apparently, I guess, in critical condition. And the guy's Facebook feed who did this showed a lot of Iranian kind of propaganda that he was liking and following. So it just lets you understand that, you know, we do have, you have very serious actors out there who are listening. Certainly, we have to be thoughtful. We do, as American citizens, have freedom of speech, and I guess he was a British citizen, but not everybody takes that speech the right way, and we still have to be respectful. In his case, this is a fictional book, and I think it was more about the fact that, in their view, to conclude, the head of the nation is almost like their prophet, right, of their day. So the Ayatollah literally means ayah, which is the sign of Allah, the sign of God. Whatever he says is God's word, and that's who runs Iran, right? So if he says you get a reward in heaven for killing a man, you get a reward in heaven for killing a man. If you says you'll get $3 million of Iranian oil money for killing this man, it has nothing to do with anything in Iran and making anybody's life better. That's how they will live. So we see what happens when the Creator says, don't take my name in vain, right? I won't hold guiltless whoever takes the name of Yah in vain. We could never have someone use the name of the Creator, the true Creator, in such a way to wield so much power that you could order hits and murder people and have people for 30 years trying to kill somebody for a fictional book.
So did he did in the book, did they have an image of the Prophet Muhammad also?
No, but it does claim that in those satanic verses, it says that you could worship Allah or Al-Lat. And Al-Lat, all scholars agree, is the moon goddess that was worshipped at the Kaaba. In fact, the Kaaba, which is the stone that they make pilgrimage around in Mecca, even the Quran itself says this was a place for 360 or 365 idols, one idol of the Arab nations for each day of the year. They then had to come up with a way to clean that up and say, no, it's for Allah, which is like saying Elohim, which is a legitimate way of saying Elohim, but Al-Lat, with a tau at the end, is the moon goddess who was the queen of heaven, kind of like their Venus, so to speak, of their pantheon, that was worshipped there. So he is in this fictional book saying, this is kind of how Islam got to be. So that kind of exposes the story, and that's why, I guess, in their view, it's worth $3 million to keep his mouth shut.
And he is a former Muslim as well.
Yes, Salman is like saying Sholomo in Arabic. He's Indian Muslim by ancestry. Obviously, he's not Muslim anymore.
Okay.
But that's the story.
All right, Toda Rabah. So we live in a time where you got to watch what you write and say. People are attacking you. Okay, speaking about attacks, this is another attack that our family as students, we're being marginalized in many classrooms. So what the Yale University did, they actually did a test and to see exactly if this is true and correct. Like myself, I do not complain about behavior like this because it's my contention that we should strive to get our own stuff so that we don't have to depend on people that do not like us. And this is going to keep happening if we do this. So if you go to the slides, the videos rather, in the, I think I have it set up. Let's look for the 7th slide, where it says Yale study. Slika, a video, my bad. Yes, and the 7th one, go down, that's it. Listen closely.
Researchers at Yale showed teachers this video clip. of 4 preschool students. Their instructions: look for misbehavior and click when you see it. The study was kind of deceptive. None of the kids in the video actually misbehaved. The researchers were using eye tracking software. What they actually wanted to study was who the teachers were watching. Both black and white teachers spent significantly more time watching the black boy in the video. This study showed that even preschool teachers can treat kids differently based on their race without even realizing it.
Preschool.
Look elsewhere in the US school system and you'll see this show up in other ways, like at this middle school in Bryan, Texas. They gave students tickets for offenses like disrupting class or using profanity. Black students were 4 times more likely than white students to receive those tickets. Nationwide, black boys miss way more school due to suspensions than any other group. And this can start a kind of chain reaction. Missing weeks of school due to suspensions makes students much more likely to drop out. Without a diploma, you're much less likely to earn a living wage and much more likely to be incarcerated. All this missing school is helping to drive the highest poverty and incarceration rates in the developed world. So it's worth asking, how'd we get here?
Today, a handshake, nearly a century.
And so if you go to the slides, let us look at some of these, the percentages.
Researchers at Yale showed teachers
Right there. Right, so we see for our young boys, 42%. That's how more likely they were to be observed. Black girls, 10%, white girls, 13%, white boys, 34%. So my take on this is that I never look at it from the standpoint of the oppressor, the enemy, whatever you want to say, but I look at it from the standpoint of our responsibility in this situation. We as young people, children here, you have to, you recognize this. This is what is happening. So how are you going to, what is your approach in the classroom? Are you going to be the class clown, or are you going to be the one in the front seat trying to learn everything that could be learned? In the United States of America, you have access to a great wealth of knowledge. It irks me to look out in the Israelite community, seeing young men and women not reaching to their highest potential. That is like a scary life for me. I cannot live knowing that I could have done something and then in the end I could have done that. I want to do it, try it. If I gotta fail, I will fail, but at least I tried it. So when you look at situations like this, you go into the classroom, the only way to, in this captivity, to get out of that situation, you have to become highly educated. I saw a documentary, an interview with Michael Jai White. He's a martial artist. And he was speaking with someone, and they were speaking about, oh, black people are criminals, whatever. And the way he answered the question was, he asked them, in the white community, is there theft and crime? They said yes. He asked, where does that normally happen? They say like in a trailer park and stuff where, you know, people are less fortunate. And he said it's the same in the black community. So we as people with knowledge, we have to elevate ourselves to the level that we're not viewed like this. Even though I've seen lynchings with people dressed in suit and tie, you know, it's gonna always be that situation, but we have to recognize that we're being watched. So if you drop a pencil and the next person drops a pencil, they're gonna get away with it basically, and you're not. That's what I'm saying. So we're about to re-enter into the school season. Pay attention in class. You're not going there to make everyone laugh. You're trying to get a better future for yourself and your family. That is it. That's the best I can put it. Toda Rabah. This week, I think it was last Shabbat it actually happened, where the first fiery crash that I spoke of, I'm going to show you. I think the video is, it's the first video on the list of Akwesha production team. The Akwesha video, the first video on the list. I want you to see the rate at which this young lady was going at. If you can't look at like accidents and stuff, don't look at it. It's crazy. That's the one there. Ken.
California Highway Patrol now says a Houston woman is responsible for the fiery crash that killed 6, including a baby and a pregnant woman earlier this week. 37-year-old Nicole Linton remains in the hospital but has been arrested. Marcelino Benito has the very latest.
The video still hard to watch. Investigators say Nicole Linton was driving the Mercedes sedan when she blew right through a red light, colliding into multiple vehicles in a fiery explosion.
The flames just went over everybody. The flames went over my whole car, and they told me to jump out my car.
Linton was traveling at least 100 miles per hour at the time of the crash. Investigators still working to determine if she was driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Tonight, we're learning Linton is a traveling nurse from the Houston area, working in Los Angeles. She survived the horrific crash, but 6 others did not, including a pregnant woman, Asheray Ryan, her 11-month-old baby, Alonzo, and fiancé Reynold Lester. The family was on the way to the doctor for a pregnancy checkup. 8 others injured in the fiery collision, too.
It's the kids. That what touched me more than anything. It's the church. It's the children. The ones that didn't get a chance. The mother that probably was happy because she was having a baby. But she's not there. She's gone.
The Los Angeles County DA's office released this statement. This incredible tragedy has sent shockwaves throughout Los Angeles, and the loss of so many precious lives will have a lasting impact on those that are closest to them. Our office is in close contact with the lead law enforcement agency investigating. A prosecutor has already been assigned and will be working with law enforcement throughout the weekend. Once Linton is released from the hospital and booked into jail, she will likely face vehicular manslaughter charges. Marcelino Benito, KHOU 11 News.
This sister here, she was in like 13 other, yes. Right, so that's the price. But they said she was involved in 13 crashes before. So she is notorious for accidents. And as Sarah was saying, she was in an argument with her boyfriend, and she was just heading down the road. Now, in a situation like this, the only one that can really help you is the Holy One of Israel. You saw the speed that car was going at. It just meant, you know, sometimes you see the light is about to change, and you try to speed over. If you were that person speeding over, into her path. So every day you leave and you get home, do a very sincere Torah to the Most High. There is no guarantee that you get home. I drive on the highway every day. I shared with some brothers, a man just merged in front of me. Like crazy. You know, people ask me, why you didn't blow your horn and that? You didn't think about it. I just were trying to avoid it. So every day we have situations in our life that we avoid, and we thank the Most High for that. There's a next accident that, and how's her name pronounced? Hitch. And Hitch, she was in an accident as well, and it's going to show the situation before. They didn't actually see the impact, but this is her situation. Yes, I have a video for that as well.
California Highway Patrol now says a Houston woman is responsible for the fiery crash that killed 6, including a baby.
It's the one before the Yale study. Normally my production team is a bit slow after lunch. Put it up on the screen, let me tell you which one it is. Not that one. Yes, Anne Hedge. That's it, yes. Torah. Let's see that.
A doorbell camera caught actress Anne Heche's speeding car moments before it crashed into a Los Angeles home. It took firefighters more than an hour to extinguish the fiery crash and rescue the 53-year-old. She is in critical condition. Haitia's manager Michael McConnell told USA Today, quote, she has a significant pulmonary injury requiring mechanical ventilation and burns that require surgical intervention. She is in a coma and has not regained consciousness since shortly after the accident. Police are working to determine if drugs and or alcohol played a role.
But that was another speeding incident. Ken Star. Wow. She died? Okay, so that's the situation, speeding. And I find a lot of celebrities, because if you don't know who she is, I don't want to say who she is, but she's a popular person. They tend to have a drug problem. Like a lot of these rappers, I'm not talking about like SF or anything like that. They go into those chemical things like ecstasy and those other things that you got. It's so long you got to just put in letters to call them. So it impairs your judgment. Again, for our youth that are going into the college scene, this is a part of college life that you have to avoid. Okay? Avoid it. I know, like personally, a young man back in Guyana, he used a substance and he never recovered. It scattered his brains. It's like those chemicals are dangerous. So do not be involved in that. Our final segment, I mean, we don't have Kahoot Ra'ot, no Kahoot Ra'ot, but that's it. This week we have Indiana killed 3 persons. And they, with the ring cameras and everything, they caught this explosion on tape. Let's have a look. Here's a video. It's the third to last one in the list for today. Indiana House.
And homes damaged.
A house explosion in Indiana where authorities say at least 3 people were killed. You could see it there in the distance in the back of the screen there. The blast damaged about 40 homes, covered the neighborhood in debris. Our Alex Perez has the latest on this investigation now.
This morning, investigators trying to figure out what caused this deadly explosion in Indiana, captured by surveillance cameras.
It felt like an earthquake.
The blast leveling a home and tearing a path of destruction through this neighborhood in Evansville. More than 36 homes damaged, at least 11 destroyed, and 3 people killed.
We just hear a crazy boom and our whole house shakes. And so we immediately ran outside.
I was just getting ready to come into work, and my wife and I could feel the house vibrating from apparently that blast.
Rescuers racing to the scene.
People were laying on the ground. There was a female already rendering aid to one person on the ground.
The ATF and State Fire Marshal's office are now trying to figure out what triggered the explosion, authorities turning off the gas and electricity.
Can't be confident the structures aren't safe to enter, so there may be somebody still in there.
And authorities say it could be some time before they determine what exactly caused this explosion.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robert.
So that's it for our WaEtChannan report for this evening. I pray that when we see the news, we recognize the hand of the Holy One of Israel in it, and it makes us more thankful, and that we appreciate His divine protection throughout the course of the week, every day in our lives. Hallelujah. This is WaEtChannan. All right, question and answer period. I'd like to open up for question and answer period. Anyone can ask a question, anyone can answer a question. We just ask in the point of controversy that we have here at the Mitzvah after Feel the final say. Okay, so the question and answer period is now open. Todorba. Let's give Misharaite Natanyahu another round of applause for this morning's portion. Any questions? Okay, you did an excellent job, so there are no questions. My job is done. It's right. Ken, you have to warm up. I got you.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lak.
This morning, he went to Deuteronomy 5 when he went over the 10 Commandments. For the 4th commandment in the Hebrew, when it says Shomer or Shamor, the Shabbat day. Can you go in more in depth what it means to guard the Shabbat day?
Okay, Shabbat Shalom once again, family. So as we know, when regarding to guarding the Shabbat day, there are certain things that we are to do, that we are commanded to do on the Shabbat, and then there's things that we're not commanded to do. So more so speaking of the things that we are not commanded to do, knowing that we should guard ourselves from cooking any meals, we should guard ourselves from doing any business transactions, any transferring of monies on the Shabbat day, any secular activity is what we should be guarding ourselves against so that we can keep the sanctity of the Shabbat day. Of course, the things we know we are supposed to do, we should have a holy gathering, we should set aside time to study the Torah and, just really work out our relationship with the Creator, take some time for our own introspection, and those things that we also are to do in the wholeness of Shamor et HaShabbat.
And also, it's the Shabbat does not creep up on you. You know that it's Shabbat coming. So it also takes a preparation that you can observe the Shabbat properly. Many times, how I work, I run in on Shabbat, Friday evening or Friday afternoon, a few minutes left sometimes. So if I prepare before all of that chaos happens, I could just take my shower and just be ready for the Shabbat day. So it's just not the day itself, but actually the preparation towards that day as well. Ken, any other questions?
Okay, and so the question from R-LEU, how would a mother's Shabbat look different from the remaining 6 days?
I'm trying to understand. So she's saying, how would Shabbat day look different from the regular days of the week for a mother?
Okay.
Okay. Since I'm not a mother, a situation like that would depend on the mother, in my experience. The regular 6 days of the week, you do your secular activities, your work or whatever, but on the Shabbat day, you do not do that. Of course, there are things that would involve taking care of another individual, being a child or children. So I'm guessing with a question like that, I'm thinking if you're wondering how much work she does, I don't know how to actually get into the answer because it's just like a broad question like that. But I would say there are certain things that a mother, again, prepares so that when Shabbat comes, of course, the food is cooked for the next day, etc. The clothes are laid out. So if she's going out to services, she would just have to basically, get ready. Of course, the father helps so that they, as a family, can get to the services as soon as possible. But in terms of other stuff like washing clothes or sweeping or the Shabbat is not like that. And of course, if something falls, you would clean it. But I'm saying the children would not be in the regular activity of moving all over the place, etc., to create a mess, stuff like that. Ken.
Okay. Shabbat Shalom Lakem.
Shabbat Shalom.
Okay. What's her name? R-LEU. Okay. Well, hopefully you can identify herself in the near future. But the other thing I wanted to add, Moreh, is if she was inactive,
right,
there would be certain things that she can't do on the Shabbat. She can't come to the camp and things like that. And then she would stay away from those that were in her house. If there were males that had to be prepared for the Shabbat, she would stay in her room. She wouldn't sit on every chair, things like that. So during the week, she may do that, but then on the Shabbat, it's totally different. So I hope that helps. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. To the Rabbah. All right. Any other question? Moreh used to say, do one thing a day to prepare for Shabbat. By the time it gets there, you have peace. And to the Rabbah. Okay, the hand. Okay, Ken.
Shabbat Shalom. This is Moreh Ryan Naftali from Florida.
Ken, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to all of you. Love to all the families there. I just want to make a comment about when you talked about the preparation for students, Moreh Shemuel. You know, with my experience as a teacher, especially the younger, not even the younger grades, if you're starting from 5th grade all the way up to high school, man, you talk to the students about their mental attitude of preparing for school, and which is good. But we got to talk also to the parents. I'm appalled that many students come to school and they're not prepared for their daily lessons. They do that all year. They come to school. Now, a lot of students look for the school to provide them every day. Some of them lose their stuff every day. Pencils, something to write on, this and, all the basic things. And I know even poorer parents, at the beginning of the school year, they try to buy some things, basic things for their children. Some of them get packages, some of them get backpacks, but they try to buy pencils and, and things like that. Very few parents don't try to do something. But there's a responsibility, I think, that I've seen many parents lap during the school year and checking on their students, what's in their book bag. I'm appalled that every day as the same students can come to school without a pencil to write with, without something to write on. And that's a function, not just them, but it's a function of the vigilance of the parents as well. Now, this really affects their learning, because a lot of them takes half an hour to get settled in the class to do work and go on ahead. So I just want you to mention that, address that, Israelites or not. You are part of the responsibility to having your children accountable for basic things to be ready to go from the bell in school. I'm just saying, as a teacher, it's disgusting. And a lot of it, unfortunately to say, is our children. Just want to say that.
Okay, to the Rabbah. Ken, any other question or comment? You had your hands up, Adon? Okay. All right, so if there are no further questions, you move, you lose. There were two other items I forgot to mention on the news. One of them was there was a situation on Spirit Airlines. I don't know if you saw the video, where the lady, a passenger, was arguing with an employee. And, they were really arguing, really heated. But then she slapped him. And the lady slapped the employee, the man. And she didn't know he was for the streets. And a fight ensued. He was attacking this lady. He tripped over and he swung at her. You know what I'm saying? From the way they were arguing, I think that was not the job he needed. Let me tell you something. As a customer service agent, you have to keep yourself together. Customers just come at you any old way. So they're saying, Spirit Airlines said, we are aware of this altercation. Our vendor has suspended the agent. Spirit Airline does not tolerate violence of any kind, and we are working with local law enforcement to investigate this matter. See, he's going to lose his job for a little slap. Right. It's on camera, so therefore, take you and charge her, like, you know, but just don't throw back. You know, so we always have to, you know, be the bigger person. But attacking a woman like that is not good. So just another way for us to behave. Let's call up our Cohane Shetmeyah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Good job. Appreciate you. Okay, let's give it up for Moreh for bringing us to current events. Hallelujah. Torah Rabbah, Moreh. Torah for those who participated as well. So at this time, we have a little treat. If you could warmly receive Misharaite Natanyahu, even at this time, just sit and let's see what he has for us. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Oh, by the way, before you start, I just want to say personally, we love you, Misharaite Natan. Your service to the Most High God, I mean, it is just phenomenal. What you've done this summer, all praises to the Most High. We thank you. Torah Rabbah. Hallelujah. My brother.
Hallelujah. All right. So thank you all, Torah Rabbah.
Hallelujah.
Praise be to Yah Yisrael. So as we know, throughout this summer camp, we have tried to take some time to do a Hebrew lesson. Yes, trying to get them to sit down long enough to do it was a task. But we were able to get through it. And some of the last few things that we did when we were going through this Hebrew lesson was going over parts of the body in Hebrew. So as you all know, the infamous song, head, shoulders, knees and toes. So we did that song in Hebrew as a way to, of course, try to make it, relevant to them so that they can find a way to enjoy it. So I let them make the tune. They're going to hype it up for y'all. So for those of y'all who know who you are, please come on up. Yes, you mean it good. All right.
Rosh Ketef B'Kayayim Esba'ot. Rosh Ketef B'Kayayim Esba'ot. Rosh Ketef B'Kayayim Esba'ot. Rosh Ketef B'Kayayim Esba'ot. We'anayim, we'oznayim, we'pe, we'al. Rosh Ketef B'Kayayim Esba'ot. Rosh Ketef B'Kayayim Esba'ot. Rosh Ketef B'Kayayim Esba'ot. Rosh Ketef B'Kayayim Esba'ot. We'oznayim, we'pe, we'al. Rosh Ketef B'Kayayim Esba'ot. That was a lot more annoying, bro.
I told you I wasn't going to last that long. So Torah Rabbah for you all doing that. Let's give all them a round of applause.
And also your staff.
Hallelujah.
Misharaite, Natan, the staff also. Can you just shout them out as well?
Okay, thanking all the staff. Doda Alishaba.
Hallelujah.
Gaber Naima.
Hallelujah.
Akoda Tara. Akoda Elikaya. Kepsibai. Rofa Biafia. Gaber Kenya. We have all our help in here. A lot of our sisters, we appreciate all of your help.
Hallelujah.
Brothers, we appreciate all of you being the Shomerim. It was a great summer. We look forward to the next project. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Amen. Torah Yehovah. All right. Sit there.
Abba Kirby, cannot forget Abba Kirby.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
All right. Torah Rabbah, Misharaite. Torah to each and every one of you for a job well done. Okay, Kepsibai? You said something?
You as well. You were part of the staff. We appreciate you,
Oh.
Cohane. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Toda Rabah. All glory to Yah. All glory to the Most High. So, we're now in the book of Deuteronomy. And so that means what? Numbers Kahoot. All right, can we get it up? Naphtali, Zakwain. Who else? All of the Misharaite team and Moreh are exempt. All right?
I want to play too.
Oh, and Kotahila. Kotahila is exempt. All right, settle down. Settle down. All right, I said Kahoot, not deal or no deal. Well, price is right. Everybody sit down, get your phones. Galiel, can you help them out, please? Production team. Everyone settle down. Naeem, Yoel, brothers. Come on, I need y'all on this side. Get what you need from your parents and then have a seat with Akusha. Shh. Akh Misharaite. No, he can't help you. Go ahead. Shivu. All right, there you go. You have a smartphone. Our family online, please, you're welcome to participate as well. All right, we'll give you another minute or so. All right, 30 seconds. Please log in, 30 seconds. Jamini. All right, can we cut it off? They still coming in? All right, come on, family. We need you to come in. We want to start. That's one of my nieces. Okay, is that it, Misharaite? I think we're good. All right. Who has to come in? Are you in? All right, best sit there. Okay, I'm gonna need y'all to relax a little bit, okay? Bavakasha. All right. Uzia, you're exempt. You are exempt, brother. You are exempt. No. You are exempt. Are you kidding me? You're gonna destroy them. All right. All right. I think we're done. All right, listen up. I think we're done, Misharaite. We said it. We can start. All right. Okay. All right. Can I have the right. Where in the book of Numbers is the priestly blessing found? Here are your choices. Numbers 7, 4. Yo, Naeem, settle down. Where in the book of Numbers is the priestly blessing found? All right. Number 624. All right, settle down. Settle down. All right. All right. Here's the next question. What tribe was Nachshon, the son of Aminadab, from? What tribe was Nachshon, the son of Aminadab, from? What tribe was he from? Yehuda. Calm down. All right. Whoever big Viva Queen. Is that you, Kaviva? All right. All right. Next question. Shh. On what day did the tribe of Lewi present their dedication offering? Was it the first day, the third day, the fifth day, or no day? They were excluded. No day, they were excluded, right? They were not a part of that. All right. They had other jobs and they had other functions to perform, duties to perform. Shh, ladies in the front. Where in the book of Numbers is the law of the Nazarite? Is it the 8th chapter, the 6th chapter, the 10th chapter, or the 3rd chapter? Where in the book of Numbers is the law of the Nazarite? 6th chapter. All right, I don't know who the great is, but all right, next question. Listen up. How many daughters did Zelophehad have? How many daughters did Zelophehad have? Did he have 3 daughters, 5, 4, or 2? Listen, you need to sit in the back. And I don't want any outbursts if you get the... All right, he had 5 daughters, all right? 15 people got it. All right. Next question, fill in the blank. Now blank, the son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. Who was this person? Balaam, Benjamin, Balak, or Boaz? Balak. All right, only 8 people got it. All right. True or false? True or false? Balaam, the son of Beor, was from the city of Heshbon. True or false? True or false? No calling out the answers. Go sit next to your father-in-law. False. He was from what city? Petor. All right. All right. Next question. See if you can get this one. It's a little hard. What was the total number of men 20 years old and upward from the tribe of Dan from the first count? What was the total number of men 20 years old and upward from the tribe of Dan from the first count? 62,700. 8 people got it. All right. That was a hard one. All right, next question. All right, listen up. Where in the book of Numbers is the law of jealousy? Yeah. Numbers 5:11, Numbers 3:25, Numbers 8:18, or Numbers 9:37? No calling out the answers. Where is it? All right. 6 people got it. Numbers 5:11. See real. I don't know. Your daughter's got you, man. What was the name of Moshe's brother-in-law? Was it Aharon, Hobab, Reuel, or Joshua? What was his brother-in-law's name? Hobab. All right. He was the son of Reuel. All right, let's go. What English translation was given for the word eshkol? Grapes, plentiful, bunches, or cluster? What English translation was given for the word eshkol? Cluster. All right, everybody pretty much got that one. All right, very good. All right. Shine, Yeladim, calm down. Here we go. This is from one of the Haftarot. Yet, the number of the children of Israel shall be as the blank of the blank, which cannot be measured nor numbered. Which one is it? Stars, heaven, fish, sea, sand, sea, or trees, forest? Which one is it? Sand of the sea. All right, good. Good job. All right, next one. All right, you Levites. How many sons did Levi have? 4, 2, or 3? How many sons did he have? We had 3. All right. Good job. That'll be your question. All right. Number 14. Remember this place. At this place, the Israelites murmured against Yah, and the fire of Yah burned and devoured many of them. What is this place? Sodom and Gomorrah, Taberah, Haran, or Padan Aram? Where's this place? Where's this place? Taberah. All right. Which means burning. All right. All right. Next question. Number 15. All right. Listen up. What mountain did Aharon the high priest die on? Was it Mount Carmel, Mount Gebal, Mount Hor, or Mount Sinai? Mount Hor. All right, everybody pretty much got that one. Very good. All right. Next question. Number 16. Here we go. What was the name of the man who was killed because he gathered sticks on the Shabbat day? Was it Dawid, Gabriel, Ariel, or name not given? What was that man's name? All right, name not given. Of course, there's some speculation out there that, they think it was a Lafha, but that's another story. All right. What is the biblical name for the Sea of Galilee? Kinneret, Hiddekel, Yabok, or Kishon? This was one of our latest Sidrah we did. Which is it? Kinneret. All right, good. Good job, seven people. Insane Israelite. Okay. Number 18. We just went over this one too. How old was Aharon, the high priest, when he died? Was he 145, 117, 123, or 125? No calling out the answer. Buffering. 123. All right. We just went over that. All right, looks like T-Real is going to be exempt for the next one. All right. Question, what happened when the Israelites stopped and camped in Rephidim? They found no shelter from the hot sun, they were attacked by the Philistines, they had no water to drink, or they offered prayer. Which one was it? Come on, this one is... All right. They had no water to drink, right? All right. Next question. Okay. Where in the book of Numbers is the law for where infringes? Numbers 15:37, Numbers 18:1, Numbers 5:17, or Numbers 25:30? Which one? It's 15:37. All right. All right. Next question. After the matter of Korah, a plague spread throughout the camp. How many people died by that plague? Was it 15,000, 12,800, 14,700, or 10,300? Which one is the right answer? 14,700. Good job. All right. Next question. All right. Fill in the blank. But there is no enchantment with Yaakov, neither is there any blank with Yisrael. Soothsaying, harlotry, necromancy, or divination. Which one is it? Divination. Very good. All right. Next question. What is the name of the place where Miriam died? Is it Kadesh, Modin, Pethor, or Ziklag? Kadesh. All right. Good job. All right. True or false? True or false? The matter of BP caused 24,200 people to die from that plague. True or false? True or false? The matter of BP caused 24,200 people to die from that plague. Is it true or false? False. What's the right answer? 24,000. Right. All right. All right. All right, we're almost done. This is the bonus question. How come it's the last one? All right. Which one of the 3 Levitical families did Korah belong to? This is supposed to be the bonus question. Which of the 3 Levitical families did Korah belong to? Kohat. All right, good job. All right, good job. I think we have one more question. That was supposed to be the last one. So this is the last question. True or false? Joshua, the son of Nun, sent out of Shechem 2 spies secretly. True or false? True or false? Sent them out of Shechem secretly. True or false? False. What's the right answer? Shittim, right? All right, good job. All right. So it looks like we know we have a winner. OBY came in third. The great, I don't know who that is. Number 1. Sidrah. All right. All right, now you will be part of the status now, all right? All right, Torah Rabah, settle down. Okay, all males on the other side. Torah Rabah. So for the last few minutes that we have, Slika, settle down. Congratulations, T-Rail. You will not play the next game. All right. For our last segment of the day, we have a few minutes left before the Erev comes in, Erev Shabbat. So this is a new segment that I came up with. Maisha helped me with this one. It's called Would You Rather, okay? And what we did, or what she did, was she just put together some questions related to the Tanakh. And she asks, she asks you 2 things, and then she says, would you rather do this or do that? But it's related to the Tanakh, biblical events and what have you. So it just calls for discussions, all right? Hobab and Reuel are 2 different people. Reuel was his father. Okay, would you rather? Yeah. I'll take the mic again. Did you want to say anything else before we begin? Regarding would you rather? Okay. Okay, we got that? All right. Please don't call out your answers. Just raise your hand, and then we'll just go. We have a few minutes left before the Shabbat. So, and now people, our family online, please, you're welcome to join in as well. We would like to hear your comments. If you'd like to speak over the microphone or you want to put your comments in the chat, either way is fine, okay? So this is a new segment called Would You Rather, all right? We don't have any music, but here we go. Would you rather have the super strength of Samson or the wisdom of Solomon? Shh, I said don't call out the answers, please. Yeah. All right, Ethan, let's hear what you have to say. Come on up. I have the mic right here. And you have to give a little insight as to why you chose your answer.
Shabbat Shalom, family. I would rather have the wisdom of Solomon because that would be far more valuable than just having super strength, because brute strength doesn't really do much in the long run, because once you die, you're dead. But if you have wisdom, you can write it down and spread it to other people so the world can be better.
Torah, Ethan. Deep voice, man. I don't know where he gets it from. Okay, we want to get the queen side, the sisterhood side. Anybody online? I don't want to miss anyone online, Misharaite, okay? Okay. So, Zakai, you want to answer? No? Yes? Maybe? She's looking at Ima like, would you rather have the strength of Samson or the wisdom of Solomon? And you have to explain why. Can you do that? Or you want to pass? Okay. All right, let's get Tikwa. Come on, Tikwa.
Shabbat Shalom. I rather have wisdom because wisdom is kind of like strength, but in a different way.
Wow. Hallelujah. I like that. We have some sharp children in here. Hallelujah. All right. All right. Anyone online? Did Malchiel, you want to give your... Come on. But you have to explain why. You have to explain why, brother. Maftir, come on. Yeah, right. See, you using strength, but look how he coming to me. Hey, what? You gonna beat up the Cohane in front of the Zoom? I got witnesses, man.
I'll take the strength. It's more fun. Yeah.
All right, Torah Rabah. I don't know. All right, anybody online? Solomon. Good, good. All right. Let's sit there. We'll go to the next one. Torah Rabah. How do you like this so far? Come on. All right. All right. It just makes you thought. It's thought-provoking, as a Cohane said, right? All right. Would you rather have to fight the giant Goliath or fight in a war against the Philistines? Kaviva, come on up. And you have to explain why.
I would rather, Shabbat Shalom. I would rather fight Goliath because he's just one man and I fear no one.
Right? Yadin, come on up. All right, Yadin. Now you know you're going to give your answer and then you're going to explain why, okay? All right.
Shabbat Shalom. I would rather fight the Philistines.
Okay, tell me why.
Because I like the
What are you teaching in your Bahia to go to talk? No, stop. No, go ahead. Go ahead. What are you going to say?
I like to fight. The reason that I like to fight the Philistines is because yeah, they're bad people.
All right. I'm sorry. What you? Hassan, come on up, Hassan. Let's hear your answer, and you have to give your reason why, okay? All right. You say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. I would like to fight the Philistine because I like fighting.
Okay, he's being honest. All right, can we get, let me see if I can get another Zakai? Come on. All right. You have to give your reason why.
I would like to fight. Shabbat Shalom. I would like to fight. I would rather to fight Goliath.
Okay, why? You just want to fight him, right? All right, all right. All right, remember, just give an answer, you know. Zadai, you have your hand up? All right, come on, Zadai. All right.
Shabbat Shalom. I'd rather fight Goliath because Goliath got dogged by one stone.
All right, good, good. All right, we'll take one more on this one. Let me get Eliyahu, since you answered the first one, Eitan. Come on up, Eliyahu.
I'd rather fight Goliath because he's just big and fat. And so, with all the new technology you have nowadays, unless we're going back then, it's 10-second battle.
Okay. 10-second battle. All right, with all the technology. All right. How many do we have left? No, we should get to. Hey, stop. It's okay. Misharaite. Yirmiyahu, handle that. All right. Would you rather be carried to heaven in a chariot of fire or have Elohim add 15 years to your life? All right. I'm going to say it again. Shh. Would you rather? This is just thought provoking. All right. We're not getting angry with one another. But say that. Would you rather be carried to heaven in a chariot of fire or have Elohim add 15 years to your life? Yoel.
Shabbat Shalom. I would rather go up with chariots of fire because first of all I feel like that's gonna be cooler, and also having 15 years added to your life, you could have already done a lot of things, and also it could have been like you could have lived like only like a few years and then had 15 more years. So that's why.
Torah Service. Appreciate you. Let's get, what's your name again? I'm sorry. Zanaya. Come on up, Zanaya.
I would rather, Shabbat Shalom. I would rather add 15 years to my life because I don't know when I'm going to die. That's it.
That's it. Just give me 15 more years. All right. All right, Akh Malchiel, come on up. Would you rather, what's the question again? Would you rather be carried to heaven in a chariot of fire or have Elohim add 15 years to your life?
Shabbat Shalom. That is an interesting question. Excluding the situation with Hezekiah and Ezekiel, Ezekiel and Hezekiah, Elijah, Eliyahu, that's what I was trying to say. In any one of those situations, you have to be somewhat righteous before the Creator to be even given those blessings or mercies by Him. So, knowing that I have children, I would take the add 15 years more to my life just to give them more time on earth with Abba, because obviously going in the whirlwind of fire or even adding 15 more years, the Most High has mercy and love for you. So I would give that time for my family with the added on of 15 years.
Hallelujah. Someone said that earlier, like, I wouldn't want to leave my family behind. I just want to have more time with them. So that's good. Okay. I'd like to hear Naeem's perspective.
Shabbat Shalom. I would honestly go up in a chariot because 15 years added to your life, you know when you're going to die. So then, because now you don't know when you're going to die, but when you know that you're going to die, you're going to have to say all your goodbyes and then go to bed and you don't wake up. So the thing is, I would just go up in heaven because what's the point of having 15 years to your life if you already know that you're going to die?
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Any adults? All right. All right. Anyone online, Misharaite? All right, just tell them read. What is the portion we read last week? Yeah, not Judges. That was a typo. So we got to go back to the 5 books. We just read it. It was in Numbers, the 27th chapter, I believe it was, or 28th chapter. No, it wasn't 28th chapter. Maybe 27th chapter. It specifically says that he was the son of Reuel. So in Judges, it was a typo. He's actually the son of Reuel. Reuel is the father. Hobab is the son. Right. Zahira, come on. You got to come to the mic. You got to come. Your Abi wants you to come.
Oh boy, Shabbat Shalom. It's just a clarification. It's just a clarification. It's not so much that you would die in 15 years. There's 15 years added to what the Creator had already allotted for you, if that makes sense. So you really don't know still.
Right. Because even if you were slated to die at 45, right, and you're 25, you know, or something like that, you don't know. I mean, you wouldn't know what the Most High God intended for you. He just added to you. Right. All right. All right. Let's go. I think the last one. Okay. Would you rather deceive your father into giving you your sibling's blessing, or have your father believe you had been killed by a wild animal? I'll read it again. Would you rather deceive your father into giving you your sibling's blessing, or have your father believe you had been killed by a wild animal? Who wants to, Nigel? You want to tackle that one? All right, come on up.
Shabbat Shalom. I have to take the first one for a couple of reasons. One, I wouldn't want to put my father through that grief. I'm his only daughter and his favorite child, so that's a lot. And then two, if I took my sibling's blessing, I could at least give it back. Yeah, in different ways, you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Talia, come on up.
Okay, Shabbat Shalom. The second one, which was have my father believe that I have been killed by a wild animal, because I feel like the blessing would be invalid. Like you lied to get that, so why would you be great? Like it don't count. In my opinion, it wouldn't count. You lied, so just have him be sad for a couple. He'll get over it.
Mm-hmm. Someone else want to answer? All right, Joshua, I'm going to give you a shot. Come on up. Give him the mic. He's got the mic for you.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
If I were to go somewhere where the dangerous with my grandfather that has a wild tiger and I got eaten by one, I would just be dead.
Well, that's his version of Would You Rather, so that's okay. All right. We have that was it? That was the last one? How many do we have left? Oh, come on, Ms. Sade. We're going to wind down. Is that the last one? We have one more? All right. We have one more. So, Ms. Sade, give your perspective.
Would I rather be given my sibling's blessing by deceiving my father, or believe that I was killed by a wild animal? thinking about it, I might do number 2, but the only reason why I say that is my father would say, my son would not be killed by a wild animal. He would know that's a lie.
Right, okay.
Number 1 don't apply to me because I'm only child, so I'm getting all the blessings. But I mean, it doesn't give the caveat like Rivka had, you know, where she was able to be like, hey, you know, if he curses you, it'll fall on me. So it doesn't give that caveat to it. But I mean, I'd rather have the blessings and be alive.
Oh, that is the last one. Okay. Hallelujah. All right, so that's just a little, you know, taste of Would You Rather. Hopefully, in the near future, we'll have more, probably more deep-rooted questions that, you know, deals with life and, you know, life-changing decisions and things like that. So I appreciate you all participating. Toda Rabah. We just try to mix up the afternoon a little bit with some fun, holy fun, you know, and some creativity. So I appreciate you all. And it has something to do with the Tanakh and our life and our culture and lifestyle. So all praises to the Most High God. So we're going to, now we're going to wind down and close out. Let us stand and let us sing a song before Yah. And also, my brothers and sisters and those that are online, I welcome suggestions as well as what we can do to make the afternoon service enjoyable and engaging. Sure. I'm going to bring a special prayer for you next week, all right? I got a prayer for you next week, Yadim. I just keep leaving them home. All right. So let us sing the song Ha'azin Ali, and then we'll begin to close out even a most beautiful. I hope you enjoyed the day. Round of applause if you did. Starting out with our Maftir, Malchiel. He did an extraordinary job. And then our Misharaite, Natanyahu, breaking down WaEtChannan. That spiritual lesson that he gave us today. So deep and powerful. Hallelujah. Let us sing this prayer to the Holy One of Israel. For those of you that are new amongst us, even our sister, Sister Mary, you notice that we sing songs in our tongue, the Hebrew tongue. So I'm just going to translate for you this song, you know, before we sing it, okay? It's called Ha'azin Ali, give ear unto me, give ear unto me, okay? And what it's saying is that give ear to me, or give ear unto me, I am your servant. I'm standing before you because I feel tired. For strength I call to you, Elohim. Righteous are your ways, your laws are wise, your Torah is wise. It will be wisdom to those that want to study in it. Listen to me, my brothers, and my whole family. Do the law. In it is blessings and peace. Who gives bread? Who gives water? Who cares for his people at all times? The King of the universe, creator of the earth, he is our Redeemer, and his name is Yehovah. He is Yehovah. And this is the song that we're about to sing in Hebrew, even at this time. So please, all of you, please join me in singing this song. Ha'azin Ali, ani abecha, ani omed, po lefanecha, כאשר אני מרגיש מעייף, אז אקרא אליך אל יהוה. צדיק דבורך, כך תורתך יהיה חכם הוא, רוצה ללמוד בו, שמוע חיילי וכל משפטי, Asi homizwo berokad v'shalom. Mino telekel, mino temaya, mima akila, moko azma, melech haolam, borei haaretz, umoshienu, Shemuel. Hu Yahovah, Yahovah, from the top. Ha'azin ali, ani averkani, omer, polefaneka. Az Ekra Ele Kael Yahuwah Devorka Kakma Torah Kaiye Kakamu Rosele Moto Shemuel Akali Omezwo Vino teleke, vino temaya, mima akela, moko azma, melega, Moreh, Shienu Shemuel Hu Yahovah Yahovah. Hallelujah. All praises to the Most High God. We end out with these last words, even the last congregational words, our community prayer together to end the Holy Shabbat day. Let us say these words even at this time. Sacrifices and meal offerings are not found in our hands. Father of mercies, yet thy law standeth firm. Accept the words of our lips and the murmurings of our hearts. Receive our prayers in mercy and in favor. Grant us joy and gladness. Comfort thy people. Jehovah answered thee in the day of trouble. The name of the power of Israel set thee up on high. Draw us not away, Yah, with the wicked, for our delight is in thy word. Let thy word heal us and cause us to prosper. Cause thy wisdom to blanket Israel. Let the visions of the righteous be our lot, yea, even the dreams of thy redeemed, our good fortune. Draw us with cords of love, and let our borders be true. Into thy hand I commit my spirit. All praises unto thee, O Yah. We have thought of thy loving kindness. We rejoice in the house of Yah. Come behold the works of Yah and rejoice in his same. For he has rescued his people Yisrael. He has called for the disperse of Yaakov. He causes righteousness to stand where calamity was. For such is our power forever and ever. He will be our God henceforth eternally. Sing his praise aloud. Hallelujah. Shema. Shema. Yisrael. Yahuwah. Eloheinu. Yahuwah, Eloheinu, Yah, Yah is one. Baruch Shem Kevo Malkuto Nehalel Yah. Nehalel Yah. Nehalel Yah. All glory and honor to the Holy One of Yisrael, the power of our fathers, even Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yisrael. You have said that that is your name and your memorial to the children of Yisrael forever and ever. We give thanks unto thee, O Yah, for most beautiful Shabbat day. Thanking you, O Heavenly Father, for our lives, which thou hast spared even on this side of the living. As we, O Heavenly Father, start a new week, O Yah, we pray that you would even guard us, shield us, protect us from all danger, harm, seen and unseen. That you would allow even our goals to be accomplished, Almighty Yah. Those things that we set out to do, O great King, to make better lives for ourselves, Almighty Yah. And Heavenly Father, as the summer is winding down, O Yah, we know that our children are headed back to school very shortly, Almighty Yah. We pray, O Yah, that you would even give them the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding. That you would, Heavenly Father, bless them with the righteous ways, Almighty Yah. The correct behavior, O Yah, that would represent you as the Almighty. That they would, Heavenly Father, be leaders and trendsetters and not followers. That they, O Heavenly Father, would excel in all of their classes and all of their subjects, Almighty Yah. And Heavenly Father, those that may struggle, we pray, O Yah, for a special blessing, O Yah, that they too would understand even their subjects and their classes, Almighty Yah, and that they would be helped, and that they would, O Heavenly Father, seek out help and seek out tutors, O great King, so that they may receive the extra attention that they need to pass their classes, Almighty Yah. For our parents, O Yah, we pray that you would even give them strength, Almighty Yah. Living in this day and time, O Yah, it is hard to see our children get on those buses and go to those schools, O Yah, only knowing that it is you, Almighty Yah, that can protect them from all danger and harm, seen and unseen. Therefore, O great King, give us a heart of courage, Almighty Yah, that we would trust in you, O Yah, that you would shield our children from all danger and harm, Almighty Yah. That you would even protect even the parents, O Yah, as they go to work, O great King. We are still in the midst of a pandemic, O great King. This plague, O Yah, COVID-19, Almighty Yah. We know, Heavenly Father, that you have been so merciful to many of the families, O great King. And we pray that your mercies will endure forever, O great King. Heavenly Father, we pray for our children, so that they may be representation of thee, O great King, and a reflection of their parents, O Yah, who teach them about the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High God. Remember us, O Yah, even the adults that are going back to school, O Yah, as well, that you would even help them as well, Almighty Yah, so that they can do better for themselves and for their families, O Yah. We're trying to become a nation that has wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. For so long, O Yah, we have been deemed a nation void of understanding. But Yah, you have caused us to rise up, O great King. We thank you, O Yah, for those that have graduated from college, O great King, and the universities, Almighty Yah. We thank you, O Yah, that you have allowed us to come up in some form or fashion, O great King, so that we can rebuild this nation once again, Almighty Yah. Heavenly Father, help us all for your great name's sake. oh Yah, continue to put food on our tables, Almighty Yah. We know and understand that, Heavenly Father, food is scarce nowadays, and monies are scarce as well, oh Yah. But we trust in you, Almighty Yah, to feed us every day. We trust in you, oh Yah, to clothe us every day. We trust in you, oh Yah, to shelter us, oh Yah, every day. That we will be, oh Heavenly Father, even protected from the cold and from the heat and all these things, oh Yah. You have given us houses so that we can live, oh Heavenly Father, and be protected by your elements, Almighty Yah. Heavenly Father, even though things may seem bleak in these days and times with the food shortage and everything, oh Yah, we put our trust in you, Almighty Yah. For it was said today, O great King, that the grass withereth, the flowers fadeth, but the word of our God stands forever. Therefore, O Yah, we will call upon you, Almighty Yah. Help us, O Yah. All those, O Yah, that are trying to redeem themselves, O Yah. You have given us a second chance once again, Almighty Yah. With our struggles, O Yah, we pray that you would even help us, Almighty Yah. Be with those that are less fortunate than we are, Almighty Yah. We say, Toda Rabbah, Yehovah, thank you very much for this culture, this heritage that thou hast given unto us. May you be with our families that are online, O great King, and bless them. Bless their families, O Yah. And we thank you, O Yah, that you have given them the heart, and you have given them even the desire to come on our channel, O great King, and to spend time with us even on a holy Shabbat day. We thank you, Yah, and we thank our family online because you could have been anywhere else, but you chose to be with us this day. For these things, O Yah, we say, blessed be your high and your most glorious name, now and forevermore. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable before thee, O Yah, my rock and my redeemer. As we, O Heavenly Father, end out with this prayer, we pray that you would even hear our individual prayers, our private prayers, and that you would even answer our prayers, Almighty Yah. That we would do better as individuals, as a nation, as a family, O Yah. That you would even help those that are struggling in the homes, O Yah. That you would even repair the relationships once again, Almighty Yah. That mother would not be against father, and father would be against mother. That children would be against the parents, O Yah, and the parents against the children. Rebuild us, O Yah, and help us, O Yah. Put, O Heavenly Father, the hate away from us and eliminate all of that stuff, the strife and the hate, O Yah. Let us learn to love one another once again, Almighty Yah. Help us, O Yah, for your great name's sake. We say these words and ask that you would even hear us and that you would even accept these words in the highest courts of your glory. Baruch Yahuwah Babokweh. Baruch Yahuwah Betzoharayim. Baruch Yahuwah Be'erev. Baruch Yahuwah Balayla. Baruch Yahuwah Yom Yom. Uvaruch Yahuwah Tami. Yahuwah Eloheinu Bavakusha. Lisloach Lanu Lekol Divarim. Ra'im She'asinu Lefanecha Yom Yom. Vehliot Imanu Kol Halayla Hazeh. Lama'an Shemcha Yahuwah. Elohei Avraham Yitzchak Yisrael. Elohei Avotenu Ve'eli. Lishmoa B'kolina. Im Terese Otka. Lama'an Shemcha Yahuwah. Hallelujah! 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 Yachai! 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 Sila. Let us sing the Shema. O Shema Yisrael, Yahuwah Eloheinu. Eloheinu Yahuwah Echad, O Baruch Shem Kevo, Maku Tole Olam, Maku Tole Olam, Maku Tole Olam, O Baruch Shem Kevo, Maku Tole Olam, Le Olam Wae. Hallelujah. We look now into the Holy One of Israel once again, asking that he would even bestow upon us a great blessing, a blessing of peace, a blessing of healthy life. As we mentioned earlier about adding 15 more years to our life, we ask that Yah would not only add 15 years to our life or more years to our life, but more healthy years to our life, that we would be healthy and that we would be righteous people once again, and that we would be the seed or the representation that the Most High God requires of us, even in these days and times. We look now even unto him. Yivarekha Yehovah wa yishmarecha. Ya'ir Yehovah panayo alecha vechunecha. Yisa Yehovah panayo alecha veyasim lecha shalom. Yehovah bless thee and keep thee. Yehovah cause his face to shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. Yehovah lift up his countenance upon thee, and may he give thee peace. Hallelujah. The 150th Psalm. Let us sing it together. A call and answer. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, Vikwacho. Hallelujah, Bekwia Uzo. Hallelujah, Bekvurata. Hallelujah, Kerov good Lord. Hallelujah, Beteka Shofar. Hallelujah, Beneve Wequino. Hallelujah, Betofu Makol. Hallelujah, Bemenim Weugo. Hallelujah, Bezil Tole Shama. Hallelujah, Bezil Tole Terua. Cohane Shama. Te Hallelujah. 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 Yahweh. 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 Oh, Hazman. Oh, Hazman. Oh, Hazman. Hey, hallelujah. Just a few more minutes.